Let's go, baby. It's a house party in here.
Yeah.
Let's go. Hey. Oh, okay.
I wish I knew all the words to that rap. I think,
Which one?
somebody's playing right now, so I don't have to worry about them playing tonight. So there will be no night game.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to pull up house party.
You wish you knew which one's the rap battle?
Yeah, I don't know the words like you. I don't know the words.
The
only word I can remember off the top of my head.
The boy blown smoke. Nobody want to be, but it wasn't, and it ain't never gonna be possible because I got lots of bull. And when you rhyme, there's lots of bull. Come on.
Did you? I forgot where I was listening.
Ain't a word in that movie I don't know by heart.
And I feel like I've seen that movie probably 10 times. Like I've seen it enough, but I don't remember. All I know, your name ain't played. It just got played out.
Mm-hmm.
But did you remember? I forgot where I heard this from, and I could be wrong with who they were on tour with, but I feel like it was NWA, and Kid and Play was like closing out the show, and everybody was there to see Kid and Play.
Oh, yeah, they would. Yo, I know
it was somebody really big from that time. And
went too hype. I mean, that shit was heat.
Ain't Gonna Hurt Nobody was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Huge. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. I don't think we talked about it.
Y'all just coming out firing, huh? Okay. Hey, that's cool. Direct your violence over there. Like, that's fine. That is allowed in here. Direct the violence over there.
Yo, man, I fool with y'all, man. I fool with y'all, bro. For real, man. You guys are pretty damn dope, man. I feel the love.
Yeah, he's a tough one. He definitely wasn't on the Deuce and Mo podcast yesterday, and Chris Biederman definitely isn't on with us multiple times a month. Hey, it's all right.
Hey, watch every Friday morning you get Quinn Mayo from BetMGM tonight.
Yeah. Part of me knows he's pissed he can't have Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Not my
text Kyle this morning. Well. Well. Yo, the chat coming out the house firing, man. Welcome in here to this Friday, September 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. My partner is back with me.
Yes, sir.
He's Kenny Caraway. I told y'all he won. I told y'all he wasn't going to miss the first 49ers Friday of the year. Told you he wasn't going to miss the first football Friday of the year. And I told y'all he was going to be wearing a Patrick Willis jersey.
Come on, man. 52. Now, okay, let me ask you what your reasoning is for that. Why did you think it was going to be Patrick Willis?
Well, because the only two jerseys I can think of off the top of my head was Patrick Willis or Cap.
I have a Joe Montana one, too.
Yeah, but those are the only ones that I could think of.
But
so
obviously there's a science to this, Damien. Obviously.
Of course. And I'm going to go with – no, I don't know. I don't actually know. What is it?
I was on the road.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I was going to go with.
On Friday, I'm going to be in the road white jersey. Believe that. And for the home games on Friday, I'm going to be in a black jersey.
I like it.
Not the black jersey. I'll be in the red jersey.
It's fine. You black, red. It don't matter. What was the color thing called? Color Rush. Wear the Color Rush jersey.
Yeah.
Knock it out.
I like those. Some people didn't.
Kenny's like, nah.
I like them. I thought they were pretty cool, but some people didn't. Oh, well, they've had a couple of different color rushes. You talking about the white throwback color rush or the black one?
The white's always a win. I was talking about the black one.
Yeah. A lot of people wasn't feeling those. I thought they were pretty dope, but now the color rush is the all white, which is fine because I love them, but they don't do the socks the right way.
Oh,
Now
I remember you mentioning this.
Yeah, they wear the all white socks. No, I need either the candy stripe joints or have red and white, not all white. That's not how it works, but they still fire nonetheless.
As
I'm
today's
ready.
show, I know you are.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Know.
You already know what it is. I'm ready now. Oh.
My partner's ready for the best 49ers coverage in Sacramento. Kyle Madson's going to join us coming up at 2:17. Of course, Kyle, the host of Candlestick, Chronicles, and the Niners Wire. He writes for Niners Wire as well, does some work over at 95.7 The Game, San Francisco. I always throw in the 95.7 The Game stuff as if that's not his primary job. Like, Kyle's got like 10 jobs.
Yeah, he's everywhere. You ain't never there.
They all center on the San Francisco 49ers. So he's going to be with us coming up at 2:17. Ryan Horvat, the host of Bet MGM tonight. Oh,
yeah.
We got Casey's triple play coming up as well. Yeah, man, it is a
1
busy.
1 and 2 last week. 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
That's all right. That's all right. Time to make that money back, man. Time to make that money back. It's a big weekend for Sacramento as well with Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith going into the Basketball Hall of Fame. If you missed our conversations with Rick Adelman and Yolanda Griffith, head over to youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We posted those interviews in their entirety for the first time over on YouTube. Of course, joined us through video stream, so you could check out that conversation again in its entirety over there on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You could hear our conversation with Rick Adelman as well. Those are available for you. We'll talk more about those three. I'm anxious to get your thoughts on your man Jason Jones' article yesterday.
Yeah, man.
Talking about Chris Webber. We got a chance to talk to Jason a little bit about his conversation with Chris Webber. Anxious to get your thoughts.
Jason coming on here when I ain't in the building.
Now
because he knew what time it was going to happen. He's crazy on Friday.
That's another conversation that we'll have today. But to be fair, it was a discussion on the show call. Should we wait? Like I was like, I kind of want to wait for Jason Jones because Kenny's not here. But it was also, Friday's show is loaded, and I don't know that we're going to be able to fit this in. So I had Jason on. I didn't trash talk much with him. We just kept the conversation to Chris, asked him a little bit about the Raiders and Derek Carr. And I actually think him and I think alike when it comes to the Raiders.
Yeah. Jason's pretty realistic when it comes to the Raiders. He's realistic with a lot of this, almost all the things he talks about.
Almost.
But, baseball get a little crazy. He ain't seen it the right way in baseball. But look here, man. Hey, humble hearts over here. Humble hearts. Job's not done. We're just in the middle of things right here. Mm-hmm. Still got work to do. Mm-hmm. Humble hearts in the NL West. That's all I'm saying. Just one. Hey, we're trying to go 1-0 every day. Go Giants.
Okay. All right. That absolutely sounds like some line that you heard from like Jim Harbaugh one day or something. Let's just go 1-0. 1-0 every day. That's all.
You know who that is. That's our boy Pete Carroll and
that's right. That is Russ. That is Russ.
We're just trying to go. We're trying to go
1-0.
We're trying to go 1-0 every day. Go Giants.
And man, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers went 1-0. I did everything I could, and this was a one-off. This was a one-off, KC. I said it yesterday. I ain't gonna do it again. I was openly rooting for the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. I don't want to go through the next couple of weeks talking about 17-0. I don't want to talk about what the Bucs might be able to do. I don't want to hear none of that. So I was like, one time and one time only. Mm-hmm. I'm going to root for the Dallas Cowboys to win a football game.
How'd that work out?
Not well. As a matter of fact, though, you talk about being realistic. You talk about being a realistic sports fan. Mm-hmm. Cowboys scored with 1:23 left. I was like, yeah, it's over. They lost. They didn't score a touchdown, and they left way too much time on the clock. Like, this game's over. And the Cowboys lost. And I sat there and watched. And I don't know. I mean, honestly, is there a person listening right now on the Odyssey app on 1320M? Is there a person watching on Twitch or YouTube who didn't think that the Bucs were going to win that football game?
Probably
is there a
not.
person listening or watching who watched that Dallas Cowboys defense last night and thought, you know what? In the time that it matters the most, they're going to shut down the greatest quarterback of all time. No. Everybody knew. I got to believe everybody listening to this knew.
Or they had an inkling.
They had a feeling in their gut. They had a feeling they couldn't turn it loose. I think Drew Hill had that same feeling, and they knew, yo, this is what Brady does, man.
This feeling.
Yeah, and I just can't turn it loose.
But
somehow Brady is gonna.
Brady's sleeping in the Cowboys' bed.
Brady's sleeping in everybody's bed, dude. Whose bed he's sleeping in? Dan Quinn's.
Oh, that poor Dan Quinn. He don't want to see Tom Brady no more.
You know the Cowboys have never beaten Brady. Did you see that stat? The Cowboys have never beaten Brady. Yeah, Cowboys. There's a couple of teams that have never beaten Brady, but the Cowboys are one of them.
Wow. I'll tell you this though. I was watching that game yesterday, Damien, and I was in and out. I'll tell you guys on the other side, why I was in and out. But I was in and out, and I got to be honest with you. I saw good football. I saw fun football.
Yep.
It was an entertaining game. It was good football. I didn't see championship football. I didn't see championship football from either team.
Well, that's good because it's week one. I'm so sorry. I know you were out yesterday. That wasn't the Super Bowl. That was the kickoff. I know it was a big deal. That wasn't the Super Bowl yesterday.
But like you mentioned, a lot of people, Tampa Bay, they bringing everybody back. They gonna run it back. They're the favorites. I saw a lot of holes on that defense. Now, granted, it was against a good good Cowboys offense. That Cowboys offense is explosive.
Absolutely.
So, they're going.
Their passing game is explosive.
We got to get into that.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a few minutes.
We got to have a conversation.
I gotta. You had a tone on the call this morning. I don't think you and I see eye to eye on this.
Okay.
I think it's going to get a little feisty. Probably not as feisty as things got yesterday, but I think it's going to get a little feisty today. We didn't talk about it. As soon as the conversation was like, all right, you know what? We're going to save this for the air. I don't think you and I see the Cowboys run game the same way.
Okay. All right. We're going to talk about that. But I didn't see championship football. And so many times I say that because so many times with these opening night games, you've got the defending champ and then you've got like a good opponent. It's not like they're playing the Texans. Well, this year's Texans on opening night. But I saw that ball in there a lot, which is fun. It's cool. But I think at the end of the third quarter, Dak Prescott had thrown the ball like 48 times, 49 times.
That's
at the end of the third quarter.
Yep.
What, he finished with 58, right?
58, 42 of 58.
Brady threw it 50 times.
Yep, 32 of 50.
I didn't see championship football. Look, I'm a little bit old school when it comes to this, but only because for the most part, is try and true. You got to be able to run that football.
Yeah.
And I don't know if either one of these teams can run that football or can stop anybody. Like Tampa Bay, their defense was looking a little sus.
Okay. It's week one. This whole opening dialogue by you, I feel like, has been an overreaction. Like it's legitimately week one.
I didn't see championship football. But no, look, I'll also say this. You take it from the premise of I don't think
Bucs out of the Super Bowl? Oh, you would never have the Bucs in the Super Bowl because they're in the NFC, and we know who's representing the NFC and Kenny Caraway's Super Bowl pick, which we'll have for you later today. Don't lie to us.
Calm down.
Don't lie to us.
Now, the other thing about it was I didn't think the Bucs were that good last year.
Yeah,
I thought they were very fortunate.
Yep.
They got hot late. And I don't mean that. Look, man, I haven't seen a lot of championships, but the San Francisco Giants saw 3 championships. Mm-hmm. For me to say they were just this dominant team and couldn't be beaten in those 3 years would be ridiculous. I understand the good fortune they got. Brooks Conrad, a couple of fortunate games against the Nationals in 20. I get it. To win a championship in any sport, there's a level of fortune and timing that is needed.
You need a little luck.
Yeah, so I don't say that to disparage the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but they had a little fortune and timing last year, and they rode that to the Super Bowl. I don't see that happening again.
Well, let's not diminish the way they played in the Super Bowl. Also, like they were told that they had. I mean, we were 2 weeks. They had no chance to win the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Patrick Mahomes was winning again, and they went out and executed the game plan perfectly.
Yes,
they executed it absolutely flawlessly. They've won 8 games in a row, which is why the whole 17-0/20-0 thing is so funny to me. Like we're like what these dudes on ESPN are legitimately talking about is 28 victories in a row in the NFL. 28 wins in a row. They got to stop this. That's why I wanted the Dallas Cowboys to win so bad last night, and they didn't for a variety of reasons. But I feel good today.
I mean, that's pretty strong. So bad. I mean, I can want a team to win and then say so bad. That just puts a little more extra on it.
What I said. I wanted them to win. Well, there are two things I wanted, and I felt good about one of them. I wanted to see Dak succeed, and he did. And part of that is equation. I wanted them to win. Really, what I think I wanted was the Bucs to lose. I would have rooted for anybody, just about anybody, to beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last night. It just so happens to be it was the Dallas Cowboys. We need to talk about two things, and it's pretty clear. We need to talk about Ezekiel Elliott. I want to talk a little bit about Dak Prescott because I see Dak Prescott's year playing out in front of our like what we saw last night is what we're going to see. And we'll explain that further. And we might have forgotten about Antonio Brown. Boy, business is still booming. We'll talk about that. We're just getting started. We're going to talk a ton about the San Francisco 49ers as well. It is a football Friday. It is a 49er Friday here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No. Stop thinking about it. No. Doc is a way better coach than Mike McCarthy.
Doc, and also, if I go along with that, Jesse, that's taking some of the pressure and the onus off of Aaron Rodgers' ass. Aaron Rodgers deserves. Yeah, no, he needs all the smoke. He needs all the heat. Once again, I don't know if you guys.
The boy blown smoke. Or what do you want to do?
I don't know if you guys are listening to what I'm saying. Number one, Omar Simpson. We're going to need the same energies if the Niners don't come out like gangbusters on Sunday. If the Niners don't look like I think they should look on Sunday, I'll say I didn't see championship football on Sunday. What do you guys expect me to say? I mean, at the end of the day, they got the win. And to be honest with you, I'll give you guys a little preview. I think the Cowboys are going to have a really good season. I think 9-10 games into the season, you're going to see the Cowboys with a pretty damn good record.
Well, their schedule certainly lays out for that to happen.
Exactly. Yeah, so they're going to have a good record. When we talk about championship time and winning time, I don't think I saw it from them yesterday. Cowboys, I don't think that can be fixed, though. I think their defense is just not going to be good again. Bucs, maybe. But here's the thing. If the Niners win on Sunday, it's going to be a lot of what I do think is championship football, and that's balance on the offensive end, being able to run the football at will. That's what championship football looks like to me. Also, being able to get after the quarterback. I didn't see that from anybody last night. It is what it is. Now, Rob W., Homer Caraway. Yeah, never said the Niners were going 17-0.
Capaway.
And then Roddy, the two aren't equal. The two aren't equal.
Well, he didn't say the season was over.
Yeah,
he said this is the worst loss of the season, and you still haven't backed away from it.
It's been the worst loss they had all year.
You got close.
What was that game again? Do you remember?
Oh man! I don't think it was a game they lost though. Like I think they came back to win.
Yeah, they almost. But they did lose. They did lose a game where I was like, "Oof, that might be the one." Well, I'm gonna find it. But yeah, Roddy, like you gotta hear me when I speak. You gotta listen to me, guys. Just because it was the worst loss of the year, which it still is, doesn't mean I said they were going to be bad. Now, obviously, I didn't think they were going to be the best team in baseball. I was hoping that they would get to 500 wild card status, something like that. Blown past that. But yeah, that opening, bro, they lost the 5-run lead in the 8th inning and lost the game in extra innings without giving up a hit. Name a worse loss all year. What are you guys talking about? Let me see. I know what loss that was. What we got?
Oh, the Raptors can play in Toronto. That's good for them.
Yeah, good job. Was this it?
Let's see. What's
This
up,
might
Ken
have been it.
Smith?
They lost
Boy,
to the Mets.
Roddy just want to
6-2.
fire at everybody today.
They lost to the Mets 6-2 in extra innings on August 18th. That might have been the game I was upset about.
I don't remember. But I know there was one that was close. Sac State football is back. They host the Northern Iowa at Hornet Stadium this weekend. Coverage starts at 5:30. That's this Saturday, 5:30, with kickoff at 6 o'clock on the home for Sac State football, ESPN 1320. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We got a poll up there in the chat. When will Trey Lance start? Before game 6, after game 6, or not at all? Right now, 50% say after game 6. We'll check on that poll as the day rolls along. Of course, we're going to be talking
What are they basing that on?
a lot about the San Francisco 49ers today. Kyle Madson is going to join us at 2:17. Well, it's just a feeling, like the feeling that you have when you say you didn't see championship football last night in week number 1 of the season. Now, you pointed out to you had a couple of valid criticisms there for both teams.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Bucs, you mentioned the run game of both teams. Mm-hmm. Really specifically, you were talking about how much Dak and Tom Brady were throwing the ball.
Yeah.
But for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, with Leonard Fournette, I think, being your primary running back, that's probably going to be your game plan. Now, maybe not 50 times a game like Brady did, but the fact that Dak was unloading the way that he was and the Cowboys were able to put points on the board, that was probably their best success for winning. I don't think there's going to be a ton of games. I think there'll be more games, but I don't think it's going to be a regular occurrence that Tom Brady has to throw the ball 50 times per game. But the Cowboys, that's a different story. 58 pass attempts for Dakota Prescott, 11 rushing attempts for Ezekiel Elliott. Now, it's clear, as I mentioned earlier by our pre-show call, you and I don't see this different, or you and I don't see this the same way. You and I see this situation with Ezekiel Elliott very differently. I think 11 carries for Ezekiel Elliott is a problem, and it's a major problem. And I think the fact that Mike McCarthy didn't work early to get him involved, because I think he worked his way to 11 carries. Pretty sure it was like 3 at halftime. You went to Ezekiel Elliott 3 times in the first half? Based on what? That didn't allow you to keep the defense honest. That didn't allow you to take any pressure off of Dak Prescott. You basically said, we gave this man $100-some-odd million. We are going to win and we are going to lose by Dakota Prescott and nobody else. You got to involve Ezekiel Elliott. This whole path to the Cowboys mattering when the preseason gets here is based on Ezekiel Elliott and Dak working in tandem. It can't be 58 pass attempts for Dak Prescott on a weekly basis. It can't be 11 rushing attempts for Ezekiel Elliott, 18 total rushing attempts for the Dallas Cowboys on a weekly basis. That ain't it.
Yeah.
I questioned last night whether Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett were the same person because they got the same game plan. Dak. Yo, you had a guy that led the league in rushing. The last time Dak was healthy, the two worked well together. Play them together. Call a balanced game.
What you're saying isn't wrong. I agree. You gotta tote the rock. That's one of the reasons why I talked about I didn't see championship football out there. It's not, and when I say that, people are like, "Oh, when you ever see that in week 1 and knocking the rest off?" It's not about that. It's the style of play, the way you go about it. And if you're gonna have Dak throw the ball 58 times, you're gonna have Tom Brady throw the ball 50 times. That's not it. That's not, you got to be able to run the ball. Now, to your point about Ezekiel Elliott barely getting to 11 rushes. I understand you got to try, you got to force feed it, see if it could work. You got to try to run the football. But when they did run it, it wasn't nice. Now, maybe you give credit to Tampa Bay's front seven on that, understandably so. But he went 11. What was it, 11 rushes for 33 yards, 3 yards a pop.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they gave him the ball, on the seventh time. It was like, yo, this guy's getting 5 yards a pop, man. We got to keep feeding him. He wouldn't get nothing. And I look at Zeke, and I don't see the same guy no more. I don't see the same guy that was such a tear in his first few years in the league. I see a guy that isn't as quick, isn't as powerful. One of the things that I used to see from Ezekiel Elliott a lot of the times is he would get hit and always kind of get off that first hit. If he didn't break the tackle completely, he'd take that hit, and as he was going down, it was another 3-4 yards after first contact. I'm not seeing that no more from him. I don't see the quickness. I don't see the explosiveness. I don't know if he's there yet, but it may be as simple as Zeke is washed. I don't know. And I'm not basing that on one game. I'm basing also on what we saw last year. Last year, he was terrible.
Well, why the hell would anybody play the quarterback last year? Why would any defense game plan for a quarterback? Why would they? Is Ben DiNucci in the league? Wait, what defense going to get? Robert Saleh's go, all right, guys, this Ben DiNucci kid, here's what we got to do. No one's doing that. They're looking at that offense going, yo, take out Zeke, take Zeke's gaps away, wrap him up. Don't let him let him get downhill, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't stand a chance. What defense wasn't game planning for Ezekiel Elliott last year? And you're a scorer, you're a shooter. Mm-hmm. Coach comes in, runs one play for you in the first quarter. You miss it. You don't take another shot till the second quarter. You in a rhythm? You in a flow? Coach ain't running plays for you. They're running plays for the big man down on the block. No, we're gonna work. We're gonna work through the inside. Kenny, you're gonna be 0 for 1 through the first quarter. You're gonna be 0 for 2 through the second through halftime. Which you gonna come out in the second half and light it up? You have no flow. You have no rhythm. You have no feel for the game. That's what I think happens when Mike McCarthy is calling 3 run plays in the first half for Ezekiel Elliott. That's what I think happens with any coach who calls a limited amount of running plays for a running back in the first half of a game. Unless you're a situational running back.
Understandably so. But if I go 0 for 8 on the game, that's still kind of on me. Like, no, I didn't get the 15 to 17 shots that I probably should, but I still went 0 for 8. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gotta be one thing if I was 5 for 6, from the field. In this case, it would be, I don't know, 7 rushes for 65 yards or something like that. I'm not even saying anything crazy. 7 rushes, something where I was hot. And you look at the coach and be like, look what this man did. Give him the ball. If I'm 0 for 8, if I'm 1 for 7 from the field, I can't just be like, well, he didn't get me in a rhythm. At some point, I got to make shots. Whatever shots that I get, I got to make shots. If I got 11 carries for 33 yards, that's not all on Mike McCarthy. Like Ezekiel Elliott, you got to make some plays. You got to show almost that you're worthy. Because let's be fair here. Not giving the ball to Ezekiel Elliott, they were in position to win.
It's true. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and that's because of Dak's performance last night. 403 yards, 3 touchdowns. Ezekiel Elliott, 31 career losses. Average run attempts, 17.2. 41 career wins. Average run attempts in those 41 career wins, 21.7. When run attempts are 20 or more, the team is 28-10. When run attempts are 19 or less, the team is 13-21. For Dak, when pass attempts are 35 or more, the team is 10-17. 35 or more, the team is 10-17. When pass attempts are under 35, the team is 33-12. That's the D'Lo and KC statistician Will Z going to work this morning. Those are Will Z's numbers right there.
Nice. I mean, the
team's talented. This is what we were talking about yesterday. I get why everybody falls for the okie doke with the Dallas Cowboys. The team is talented. We saw it from your boy CeeDee Lamb yesterday. He probably left a couple of yards out there, but he had 7 receptions for 104 yards. Amari Cooper, self-proclaimed best wide receiver in the league. Man, okay. He's the league leader in receiving right now. 13 receptions, 139 yards.
Last night.
What year are we in where one game into the season, it's Amari Cooper #1 and Antonio Brown at #2? And quite honestly, the chances of those two guys' numbers being surpassed this weekend are pretty slim. 139 yards for Coop and 121 yards for Business is Booming.
I would agree. Hey, see a lot of people in the chat talking about, Tampa Bay front line and front seven. That's not Tampa Bay's front seven did a great job. I'm gonna give them credit as well.
Of course, they did a great job. They weren't even challenged.
But I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. Got to be committed to it. You got to come into the game saying, worst case scenario, running the ball 15 times. Worst case.
Agreed. But
so let me ask you this.
Like even that ain't enough.
Let me ask you a question. Because now you're in a strategy, you're different stratosphere if you're Dak Prescott. You're getting this money, you're paid like a superstar, you're talented, you're doing a great job in week one. I'm just asking the question here. Does he bear some responsibility for what happened last night? And I only ask that because if Dak Prescott is about, I'm not saying he's not about winning. I want to make that perfectly clear. But if he's a smart football player like I think he is, he should be sitting there saying, yo, me throwing the ball 30 times in the first half, that's not it, coach. We got to get Zeke involved. That's the way we're going to win. That's the balance we need. We got to get Zeke involved. He didn't do that. He just kept tossing it, getting his numbers, doing his great thing. And they were in a position to win. But I look at a situation like that because I get on a guy like Aaron Rodgers all the time. You know what I'm saying? He's the one that's getting paid the big bucks. He's the one. I think in that situation, Dak should be aware enough to say, man, we got to get Zeke going. Coach, let's get him going. I know Cooper's doing great and all this other stuff. But we got to get Zeke going, man. Let's feed him the rock.
So this is a halftime pep talk.
It's not a pep talk. It's a reminder.
No, it's a halftime. It's a halftime strategy session, right? I've thrown the ball 30 times in the first half, man. We got to get Zeke going. He's only touched the ball 3 times. Okay. Remember Julio Jones? Remember Julio Jones and Marion Barber? And I wanted to use Marion Barber as the example. There's a million of them.
Barbarian.
Exactly. 3 quarters. Julio, over and over. Is it Julio? It's not Julio. It's what was that running back's name?
Oh, Felix Jones.
No, not Felix Jones. Julius Jones. Thank you. I knew it was a J. Julius Jones.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over again. Quarter 1, Julius Jones. Quarter 2, Julius Jones. Quarter 3, Julius Jones. What happens? Well, they always say, defensive line is worn out. They've been chasing Julius Jones all over the field. Now who comes in? Marion Barber to run them all over. You got a defensive line that had the night off last night. They're like, oh, we got to follow Dak. We got our job is to get to Dak. We ain't got to worry about nothing else. Now all of a sudden in the second half, in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter, this team's down 4. They got the 3. They're trying to run the ball now. Y'all out there trying to run Ezekiel now in the fourth quarter. Like that defensive line ain't as fresh as could be.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing? That's the strategy I don't get. Maybe I don't understand football, man. Mike McCarthy's a football coach. I'm just a dude sitting in his house talking to a crew on YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station.
And look here,
what do I know?
But you're making good points. Mike McCarthy, he's the one that bears responsibility. He's the head coach. He's the play caller, 100%. I'm just saying, we brought a basketball analogy in as well. If I'm out there and I'm the star player, I know I'm getting my 25 shots up. I know those are coming. I need to make sure my power forward is involved and engaged in the game. So as opposed to coach running every play for me every time down the court, I'm like, coach, yo, we got to get big man involved. We got to get him a touch. We got to get him involved in this game right here. I would go to coach without him even having to do that. And that's what I'm asking of Dak. And I'm just asking a question. I'm not blaming the loss on him or anything like that. I'm just saying he's got to know that. He's got to know that. Or he could just be like, well, look, I'll just do it on myself. We don't need Zeke to eat. I'll just do it on myself. Maybe.
Well, he tried. I mean, he tried. They had to know. Dak had to know. Mike McCarthy had to know. You can't settle for a field goal on that final drive. You settle for a field goal, you're losing. It's that simple. There's a high probability scoring a touchdown you would have lost, but you're settling for a field goal. You're losing, or you're losing. But like you were putting the nail in your own coffin by kicking that field goal. You had the best chance you had if you scored a touchdown is that you would have taken more time off the clock. You had picked up another first down.
That penalty that they got on third down, though, that really or was it third or second down? Yeah,
it was third.
Yeah, that was the one that hurt.
Yeah, it was third.
That hurt him.
Yeah,
it's because
the penalty that they didn't get hurt him too.
What?
Pass interference, the offensive pass interference.
Yeah, I heard somebody
didn't
earlier,
kill him, but it hurt him.
I heard somebody earlier talking about if you're gonna call the pass interference of George Kittle in the Super Bowl, that's pretty much the same thing. Hell, they called a pass interference in Week 1 against the Cowboys last year against the Rams. That was similar, and it's got to be the same call. I didn't think that was egregious. Like if they called an offensive pass interference, I would have been like, yeah, I see where you're coming from. But I didn't think it was like, how did you miss that? I didn't think it was one of those.
I thought it was I thought it was a miss. Like watching it live, I said, oh, that's a flag, and I'm looking around, I was like the defender's not reacting. No flag on the play. I don't know. But again, what do I know? I don't know what pass interference is anymore. I don't think I ever knew what pass interference was. Did they get rid of that rule about challenging?
Yeah,
they did get rid of it because it was an epic failure to begin with. Because referees, I think, were or the people in New York or Secaucus or wherever the hell the booth is for the NFL. I think they were just, we're not going to overturn these. We're going to look like idiots if we overturn these. We're not going to do it.
The only time it was over, I shouldn't say the only time.
There were very few.
One of like the 2 or 3 only times.
Right.
It was against the 49ers.
Of course it was. Of course it was. We saw a lot of points last night. Get used to it. That could be the theme of the weekend. When we talk to Ryan coming up at 2:00, host of Bet MGM tonight, we'll ask him about this. But the average over-under for week 1 is 47.7. That's the highest ever recorded. 47.7 is the average over-under for the NFL in week 1. Obviously, we saw a lot of points scored last night. Do you think the 49ers and Lions surpassed that 47.7?
No. I think they went under. Because I think, could be wrong, but I think in order to surpass that 47 mark, Niners probably have to score like 38. Like
boy,
the Lions. Once again, look, man, you people.
What's your soundbite? Boy. You think lowly of those Detroit Lions, man. I get it, but geez.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you this. I think lowly of them. You know, I got my ear to the street in Detroit. They think lowly of them.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm not saying anything's possible, Kevin Garnett.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. And I'm not saying
that wasn't my line.
I'm not saying it's just inconceivable that the Niners could lose on Sunday, but if they're taking care of business, they should smoke the Lions. They should smoke them. Lions really should not put up much of a fight. Now they got this new situation with the offensive lineman where the starting left tackle is out, and now they want to move Sewell over to left tackle where he's been practicing at right tackle and has been a little successful the entire preseason. And now they're moving the rookie 2 days before his first game in the NFL. The lineup against 97. And then what happens with the right tackle?
Welcome to the league, kid.
So they got issues going in the week. Oh my gosh! First of all, look, man. Once again, anything's possible in the NFL. But if I'm the head coach and I have to come out and say my best player, my star running back, is not being investigated for murder, I don't like that energy. I don't like that energy going into my first game of the season.
The rest of that story goes in the box. Look, I don't get paid enough to sit here and talk about murder charges. Like y'all figure that one out on your own. Let me know if he plays.
That's a trip. That's a trip.
That's not something that normally happens on the last press conference before the football game is. Hey, listen, man. Murder charges coming in. Like, yeah, that I thought that push notification was wrong.
I read it like 3 or 4 times.
That's a terrible typo. Can't have that.
So look. All I'm saying, people, Homer did it. All I'm saying is there's nothing good pointing to what the Lions got going on right now. So to answer your question, I could really be a homer and be like, yeah, they'll go over. The Niners will put 50 on their head.
48-0.
I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say the Niners should have, they should win handily, and I don't see Detroit scoring that many points.
Oh, man, the Detroit Lions, boy, this will be something. Last Lions quarterback not named Matt Stafford to start a season opener was John Kitna.
Wow. I remember Kitna as a Lion.
Matt Stafford, was one thing about him, man. He's tough. Jared Goff, new quarterback for the Detroit Lions, 42 wins as a starting quarterback over the last 4 seasons. That's tied for second in the NFL behind Captain America, Tommy Brady, who has 47. Boy, it's hard to not look at that Los Angeles Rams team and go, yeah, that's good. I know you're not as high on Matt Stafford as some others are, including myself. Like I do think highly of Matt Stafford, but that team is really good. And I think Matt Stafford, even if you're not high on Matt Stafford's better than Jared Goff.
For sure. I
feel like this is a dangerous team. But Jimmy Garoppolo is under center for the San Francisco 49ers, and the stat that you hear the most, Jimmy Garoppolo wins. He's 24-8 on his career in the regular season as a starting quarterback. That's the 6th best win percentage in the regular season with a minimum of 10 starts behind Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and a bunch of guys from back in the day.
Well, I expect Jimmy to play well this year. I do. 100%.
Okay. He's going to have to.
You talk about the Rams and them looking good, and they do look good. The Rams are legit. I was doing a little research. I didn't realize they lost a couple of starting DBs from last year's team, and I want to see how that works out.
Mm-hmm.
Do want to see how that works out.
Okay,
but they're ready to go on all 3 levels on the defensive end. I agree. Stafford is a major upgrade from Jared Goff. The Rams are legit. 100%.
I'm so anxious to see which version of the 49ers we get. Like, because I think we still don't know who they are. We were talking yesterday, Casey, about unanswered questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there were a bunch of unanswered questions coming out of the Super Bowl, right? They had that great season. They had that great performance against the Kansas City Chiefs, fell just short. But you look at it in a nutshell and you go, well, are they a one-off? Like, they kind of came out of nowhere. Like, obviously the San Francisco 49ers are a prestigious franchise, but the team had been a mess. Harbaugh took over a disaster. Kyle Shanahan took over a disaster.
Yeah.
We thought they were taking steps moving forward. Jimmy Garoppolo coming back off the injury. We all thought Jimmy Garoppolo had something to prove. Okay, went out there and did. But I still think there were questions about, okay, are they that good? Like, did they overachieve in that 2019 season? Like, how close to that team are they? And they come out all healthy and play terrible against Arizona. If Arizona plays, I thought Arizona played well, and combined with San Francisco playing bad, like the optics of that game were awful, and it immediately set in like, okay, this is, all right, let's see what they do. They're going to play 2 of the worst teams in the NFL, and obviously they head to the Meadowlands and the entire season changes. So those same unanswered questions that you had coming out of the Super Bowl are the same questions that you had coming out of the Super Bowl are still unanswered. We still don't know if that Super Bowl season was just kind of a one-off, or if this team is a legitimate contender. You go back and look at that 2019, 4 of the first 5 games of that year, they were blowouts. Like they was winning. Like they were getting the job done. And now you've got these guys, they're back, they're healthy. You believe, maybe there's a few roster upgrades here or there. You've got Trent Williams locked in long-term. You got Fred Warner locked in long-term. You believe in you getting a better performance out of Eric Armstead. There's still a few problems here and there, but on paper, I don't think the team is worse than that 2019 team.
No.
But what are they? You think they're better? Okay. Are they going to perform that same way? I think those are some of the questions. And I want you to answer that specific question. Are they going to be able to perform the same way? And I'm going to throw some overreactions at you. Some preseason overreactions regarding the San Francisco 49ers.
I like that.
I know you do. And if you like 49ers coverage, there is no better place for 49ers coverage than ESPN 1320. Game day with Kenny Caraway, Sunday morning.
Yeah, man.
8 o'clock. Get you ready for the San Francisco Lions. Excuse me. I'm having a rough start to the day.
It's like your first air of the day. What do you mean rough start?
I think I said Julio Jones was the running back for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, two errors. I forgot about that one.
3 errors and I'm out. That's how baseball works. Kenny Caraway will get you ready for the 49ers and the Lions coming up on Sunday morning on YouTube, on Twitch, on Odyssey, and on 1320. We're going to come back. We're going to have some 49er overreactions as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Look who came up in here for football season. Jay Stahl.
Oh, there he is.
What's up, man?
In here, talk about his Rams.
I mean, the short answer is yes. Like they gotta. I don't want to see them scoring 17 and beating the Lions, but they don't have to put 40 on their head either. If they were somewhere mid to high 20s and they coasted into the win, that's okay. I'm not at this point. The style points don't really matter. I just want to see wins. I'm back to how it was at the start of 2019. People can tell me whatever they want to tell me, in the building in Santa Clara and all this other stuff. The bottom line is Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, all these guys. It's just time to win. Period.
This is a good question that I'm actually I think I know, but I'm not 100% positive. Are you doing post game?
Yeah, we're post game.
Okay, you're doing pre and post.
So how the format goes is there's going to be the official 49ers post game show that's on, any station that carries the 49ers. Yeah, Greg Papa, Tim Ryan. They'll be on for about 45 minutes after the game, and then I'll be on after that. So, yeah.
And we'll tweet it out. You'll get the notifications on YouTube and all of that stuff.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Head over to YouTube or head over. We're in commercial. For those that are on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please, because Dave's already been here and hit the thumbs down. He wanted to check in on what we were doing. He wanted to see how to properly cover the 49ers. Also, cast your vote. We started doing the polls. I saw Deuce and Mo doing that, and I swear for everything I couldn't figure out where that feature was, and we found it. We got it up there, so we'll post some poll questions throughout the day. Right now, we got when will Trey Lance start? 55% say after game 6. So do that. Also hit the thumbs up. Pretty, please. I wish I could figure out how to get us rolling in the Twitchiverse. We always have like a good number of views on Twitch. Kenny is the Sunday show. Oh yeah, it's
both. We everywhere.
Both. BOF.
We everywhere. They ain't never there.
You already know.
David, yeah, we got one lined up. But the other one we still got to talk about. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting that out there after the show. Really, I was gonna put it out earlier today, but then I remembered the house party joint.
Yeah, we had to put out another Dave Garcia classic.
It's lit. That was so sick.
I hate how easily I slid into the role of kid. It's just like
I slid right into play.
That is very like all of this is so believable. And Jesse as Bilal just kills me. Oh, you get it. Well, you're the DJ. You're just one of the one of the boys. Like you're a central character in the show. You just got bad breath. You dragon breath. Dragon breath Bilal. No.
It's fine.
No, because
I'll be
what
in
it
the
is
tonight, baby. Let's get this championship tonight, baby. Stop playing with me.
What it is, I'm gonna need you to explain what you're referring to. But Martin Lawrence is Bilal. Like the character your face is over is Martin. Odyssey app is available for you right now, where you could discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. And no show encompasses sports and music better than D-Lo and KC, which of course many of you are listening to us on the Odyssey app right now. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's, Geico, and Coke Zero Sugar. Every once in a while, something takes over the show. And this week, and I can't remember. House Party is on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I IG storied something about it, and House Party has kind of taken over the chat house and taken over social media over the course of the last couple of days. So that's been a lot of fun. Our man Dave Garcia Designs put together a tremendous,
that was fire,
an absolutely tremendous graphic for the Chatty House Party, where Kenny slides perfectly into the role of Clay, and you'd be hard pressed to convince anyone that that's a Photoshop. And so I slid into the role of Kid. Jesse's Bilal. The crew is in the background through the windows. It's on all of our social media accounts right now. It's tremendous work by our man Dave Garcia Designs. But yeah, House Party
that was fire.
It's taken over. It's taken over the show this week, and it's on Netflix, man. So that's pretty awesome.
Two things. Wanted to ask you a question, and then I wanted to just if you wouldn't mind giving me a couple minutes to say something. But first question, I have people talking about the House Party series where me and this guy, I really like what he does. You know, he's got a podcast, and he's really good. Me and him just don't really see eye to eye all the time. He doesn't know me. I'm just saying we don't see all the eye to eye, but I respect his viewpoints.
Mm-hmm.
But he had the audacity to be like, House Party 3 is a better movie than House Party 2. And he's like, House Party 2's not really that good. And I said, are there really people out there that believe this? House Party 3 I enjoyed it. I liked it. I liked how they tied it.
Immature.
Yeah, immature. They switched up. Tisha Campbell wasn't in the movie no more.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was, I was going to say trash. It wasn't trash, but it's nowhere near on the level of 1 and 2. It's not even close.
Kids' love interest. You recognize who that is? Do you remember who it is?
I'm seeing her. I'm trying to see if I see her anywhere else.
You have. You absolutely have.
Oh, is that Felicia?
It's Felicia. Yeah.
Oh.
It's Felicia. Bye, Felicia. Yeah, she's kids' love interest.
I'm trying to see where else did I see her? Yep. Remember when her son was the quarterback in Miami?
Yes. Yes, very much so.
Yeah. I didn't like her in House Party 3.
No.
I thought that was whack.
Well, there was a performance in it that was great, though. Bernie Mac's in House Party 3.
Bernie was phenomenal. Smokey was phenomenal. Chris Tucker was really good. I'm getting money over here. I'm getting over here. And I'm trying to get some money over here.
It's not better than the Pajama Jamie Jam, though.
No, it's not even close.
It's not better than the Pajama Jamie Jam. No way.
It's not even close. So, yeah, I had to
they're on Netflix. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're all on Netflix. All I remember is HBO Max posted they called it the House Party series. And then you clicked on it and it was House Party 2, 3, and the 4 that I never knew existed.
Yeah, I remember 4.
House Party 1 wasn't on there. And it was like who posts The Godfather 3 and says we've got The Godfather here on our streaming app? Like nobody. Netflix, I know Netflix has House Party 1. If you've never seen it, and this is Jesse's got work to do this weekend because he's never seen it.
Yeah.
If you've never seen House Party, it is the ultimate movie for the culture at the time. It's beautiful.
Really, it's 1 and 2. I don't think you need to see 3.
You need to watch 1 if you can get to
sure
2.
You gotta watch 1.
Cool, but 1 is where it's at.
Yeah.
And the Tony theme in 2 is better than
and it's just more realistic. Like, well, I mean, I guess you could have a bachelor party or whatever, but I saw something real quick. Somebody made a good point. Oh yeah, Jay Korb. He said Tisha did make a quick appearance in 3, and that's right. They didn't. I alluded to the fact that they just had the same Sydney character and changed out Tisha Campbell. You're right. That's not.
No, it was a different person.
It was a new person.
Love interest. Yeah.
And it went all bad with Sydney. I remember that. Yeah. So yeah, it was like, it wasn't a bad movie. It just wasn't as good as
probably went bad after he jumped on her dad and at the party that George Clinton was DJing and pushed his face into the ground. I am somebody. Sorry, we're going. I just watched this in its entirety on Wednesday night. Like,
I'll tell you, I might be on there tonight. But real quick, so yesterday, I don't know if you mentioned it at all, Damien, but yesterday I was gone due to the funeral of my grandmother. She passed away a couple weeks ago. The funeral was yesterday. I'm okay. I'm good. You know, it's sad, obviously. I'm okay. But I had to give her a shout out because I said this story at the funeral, and I thought it'd just be a pretty cool one here to bring to the air. So my grandfather passed away when my mom was a kid. So I never met my grandfather at all. But they used to always say, like, if he was around, man, you'd be everywhere. Like, he'd take you to all the games. Remember, for those old school heads, they were like, we ain't going to Candlestick at night because it's freezing cold. They'd be like, your grandfather would have you in a parka out there all the time, right? Like, he would do all the sports stuff with me. And I always felt like my grandmother almost picked up that slack with him not being there, because I watched all the games with her. Like, I did all the sports stuff with her, and she did a great job with it. And it created this monster where I'm up here watching Mercer versus Morehead State the opening day of college basketball, just because I just watch sports all the time. So one of the first stories that stick out is I was 6 years old. I was in the first grade and just went to school, normal school. My mom drops me off, normal day or whatever. And at about 11 o'clock, the teacher's like, oh, Kenny, you got to go to the office and bring your stuff. I was like, okay, I'll bring my stuff to the office. Like, yeah, you're going home. Your grandmother's here to pick you up. I was like, huh? It's only 11 o'clock. What the hell's going on? So I get to the office and, I see her. I was like, what's going on? Why are you here? Everything okay? She's like, yeah, everything's fine. Getting you because the Giants are going to the World Series today, and you're going to go home and watch the game. It was game 5 of the NLCS in 1989. And I was like, all right, let's go. And sure enough, Giants win. They go to the World Series. I'll never forget that day. And it started everything, right? Mm-hmm. And ironically, I said this yesterday and it dawned on me. My grandmother, she was a teacher and she was an educator. And I remembered that day for the rest of my life, and it left a lasting impression. And it said to me that I learned early on that education is important. Education is extremely important. You got to have your education. You got to have your schooling. Education is important, except for when the Giants are in the playoffs. Then school goes out the window. It's time to watch some playoff baseball. Mm-hmm. And that's just the bond that we had. And then it turned into the Kings because she ended up being this huge Kings fan. And we had all these great memories. So I feel like in a lot of ways, I would not be here today with the love that I have for sports and being into it without her being there from as long as I can remember. So rest in peace, Gigi. I love you. And yeah, man, thank you for lighting that fire. Yeah.
That's great stuff, man. I did not mention why you weren't here yesterday. I thought that would be your story to tell. I'm glad you did. I just mentioned that you were out with family and that you would be back. Today, that there's no chance that you would miss today. But that's a wonderful story, man. And I'm really thankful that you shared it with us. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you're here with us on this 49ers Friday. We're thrilled that you're here with us on this Football Friday. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on the Odyssey app anywhere in the world. And, of course, you can listen to us on 1320 AM on your radio here in Northern California. The NFL season got underway yesterday with Tom Brady doing Tom Brady things, and the Buccaneers rolling to a 31-29 victory as the defending champions seek to go back-to-back for the first time in, had the number yesterday, it was 2003, so about 18 years since the last time a team has won back-to-back championships. Of course, that was Tom Brady and the New England Patriots that were able to do that. The San Francisco 49ers get their season underway on Sunday. Of course, you could catch that game and all 49ers games here on your home of 49ers football. ESPN 1320 festivities kick off at 8 a.m. with Game Day with Kenny Caraway. And I've got some stuff for you. I've got some overreactions I want to throw at you. Or maybe they're not overreactions. Maybe they're just things that are going to happen. Like, we've got a question up on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 right now that those are, for those who are watching, take part in the show. I asked, when is Trey Lance going to start a football game? Is it going to be before week 6, after week 6, or not at all this season? If you're watching, go take part in that poll. We'll give you the updates on that in just a couple of minutes. But that's my first overreaction, KC. We're not going to see Trey Lance start a game this season.
I don't think that's an overreaction.
Or now,
maybe it is, and I agree with that overreaction.
Now, I want to be fair because you weren't here yesterday. You were with the family. Yeah. We had Chris Biederman on the show, who appears on this show all the time. He was on the show with us and said, I asked him, I was like, do we see Trey Lance start a game this season? Mm-hmm. And he's like, yeah. Like, oh, yeah, we absolutely we do. I don't like I feel like it'll be, towards the mid later part of the season, but he was of the belief Jimmy Garoppolo is not going to start all 17 games. He believes that at some point Trey Lance is going to start a football game, and he feels like Kyle Shanahan tipped his hand in the slightest way by saying he doesn't want Trey Lance to go another year without playing football. Now, we all saw what they did in week number 3 of the preseason. But are we going to do that for 17 games? I'm of the belief that, I don't know. He's under the belief that they're not. At some point, Trey is going to be the starter. I asked him for a scenario where it doesn't happen. He was like, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo comes out. He's balling. They're blowing teams out. I don't think he's going to make a quarterback change. But he doesn't see that happening, and he believes the Trey Lance change is going to be made. I
don't know, my guy Chris, man. I disagree. I think aside from injury, shout out to Poker Pro Eric, aside from injury, I don't see Trey getting in there, mainly because I think Jimmy is going to play well enough and the record would be well enough to not warrant a quarterback change. So,
okay.
That has stuck out with me as well. The same thing Chris talked about when Kyle said, he doesn't want him to not play. I think the term was like competitive football, or he doesn't want him to not play for 2 years. So he's going to get him in there. And I think that he'll get him in there situationally. I don't know if it'll be as drastic and dramatic as what we saw in that first drive of the final preseason game. I don't think it'll be that, but I think it'll be red zone situations, maybe third and short situations. He's going to get in there. I heard somebody breaking this down. They're like, you get 40. I don't know. I forgot the snaps, but they were like, they don't see him getting in there 12 times in a game, 12 snaps. Okay. But 3 to 4, that's probably where he's at, 3 to 4 times throughout a game.
That ain't going to quench the thirst that Kyle Shanahan has. That is not going to fix the problem. That's not going to address the problem that he laid out there in front of everybody. 3 or 4 plays a game.
Yeah.
It ain't going to do it. I
don't know.
What's he, the Ezekiel Elliott of the San Francisco 49ers?
Let me see. Off the top of my head, I'm trying to see here. Let me calculate this here.
Are you trying to do math on the show?
Let's do 4 times 17.
I know it for. I know what it is off the top of my head. Not enough.
68 snaps on the season.
That ain't enough, man. That ain't gonna do it.
I don't know, but once again, if Jimmy's healthy and this is a good team, so to me, they're banking on one of two things: Jimmy getting hurt, or this team underperforming. Both could realistically happen, but I don't see it. If Jimmy's healthy, I think the team is good, and they're not going to make a switch at the starting quarterback position.
Fact is, even if Jimmy's not healthy, I think the team is good. So that goes back to the question we were, going over the other day about the most important player on the team. How about this one? You say they're good. We like both quarterbacks, even though we don't have any inkling of what Trey Lance is yet. We haven't. We think we know, but we don't know.
You think you know, but you really don't know, and you never will.
Team's gonna go 13-4. Overreaction? 13-4 for your San Francisco 49ers.
13-4. I mean, obviously, I would love it, right? Obviously, that's what I'm looking for. 13-4. See, when I think of an overreaction, I think of like, you're bugging. There's no way that happens. I don't see that with the Niners. So 13-4.
I don't think 13-4 is an overreaction.
No, I think it's realistic. Will it happen? I'm not putting my money on it. See, once again, you guys got to listen. Will it happen? Am I saying 13-4 will happen? I'm not saying that. But if you told me, Damian, if I told you, the Niners win 13, I'm coming back from the future. Niners win 13-4 in the regular season. Would you be like, what? What? You'd be like, well, it could happen.
I don't know that I would be as surprised as you just pretended to be, or if I'd be as laid back as you just pretended to be. I might be the wire emoji where it's like, word? Wow. I might be that. I might be more of the, wow, they did 13-4. Like they really did it. Okay. I mean, there are other teams that I'd probably, if you told me Cleveland went 13-4, I'd be like, yeah, okay. I believe it. Kansas City, the Rams, like, yeah, I believe it. The 49ers, there's still a little bit of stench of last year on them that they've got to wash off. So stunned. If the Detroit Lions went 13-4, I'd be stunned. The San Francisco 49ers, I'd be like, wow, okay, they really did pull it together. I didn't know that they would pull it together in that way, but good for them.
So here it is off the top of my head, just real bare basics of how they get to 13-4. Let's just say, for argument's sake, they split all the division games. That's 3 losses. The out of division games, at home against Green Bay, at home against the Colts, at the Bears, at Jacksonville, home against the Vikings, at the Bengals, home versus Atlanta, at Tennessee, home versus the Texans.
Okay.
Maybe at Tennessee, either one of them between Indianapolis and Green Bay. Like 13-4 ain't that all. Like they played Jacksonville, Minnesota, the Bengals, and the Texans and the Falcons. 13-4 is not that far off.
Okay.
I look at them. Brian in the chat says 11-6 sounds about right. I could see that. I think 11-6, 12-5 is probably where they're at.
Okay.
But 13-4, not an overreaction. Hey, Jay Corb, I hear you. He says if we're healthy, 13-4 is accurate. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I'd be all I would say, like if I slept until week 17 at 9:00 at night or whenever the last game was played, and you woke me up and said team went 13-4, the first thing I'd say is they stayed healthy. I mean, that's the obvious explanation, is they stayed healthy. But I'd have a little bit of a reaction. How about this one? Overreaction. Coming off of his ACL, 97 will be Defensive Player of the Year.
Whew.
You got to, in this little overreaction world, you got a 13-4 team. You got to hang the hat on somebody. Everybody seems to be really excited about number 97 returning. Defensive player of the year on the horizon for you, mans.
I mean,
get that 97 jersey in the closet.
With the Bryant Young throwback, is that what I'm getting there? That's 97 I'd be getting.
Yep.
It's just not my bag. His bag is not my bag, so I can't get that. I can't get that jersey. But
he can have his bag and keep it.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want it or anything in it.
I mean that's not a once again, that's not an overreaction.
Okay.
That's a bad boy out there on the field. That's a bad boy.
Yeah.
So I could see him coming back and doing work. The thing about that, though, is off the top of my head, I can't think of who would. Maybe you guys can help me out in the chat or whatever, but like him saying that he would be defensive player of the year, it's like, that's crazy. Such and such is the front runner. This guy, or he's gonna have to beat out this. I can't think off the top of my head of.
Well, Javon, it's funny. Javon said he'd have to outperform a lot of elite defensive players. He's an elite defensive player.
He is, man.
Like I mean, you talk about overreactions, that's not debatable. Like he is in that category of elite players.
He is, and being able to stay healthy and do it consistently over years, that's something that he has to prove. But yeah, I don't know. Jay, name them. Give me some names here. Anybody, give me some names about who he'd have to beat out. Obviously, Aaron Donald is in there. Yep. Khalil Mack is a guy that I think about on a defensive end.
Team success, I'm sure, will matter in all of this. So Aaron Donald would probably kind of be at the top of that list.
Ramsey has some on here. Myles Garrett, Chase Young.
Myles Garrett, I think are really interesting names.
But look here, man. Like
people are over that Washington defense, boy. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, they are. Now here's what I'll say about these guys that are being named. I know he's got to prove it. And well, look, hey man, you guys putting Chase Young in here. Chase Young, he only played one season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, 97, when he played his rookie year, was in the class of all them dudes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So, like, I know people in the chat, they like to hate the 49ers or whatever because they're fans of different teams. But if we're being real, like, he's on the short list. Once again, Poker Pro Eric, if he stays healthy. You got us. If you putting Chase Young in that category, there's no way you can't put Nick Bosa in that category.
No,
absolutely no way.
Absolutely.
So for people to think that is crazy or an overreaction, I don't think that's accurate either. I think that's a fair.
Well, to be clear, I made all of these up. No one is saying it's an overreaction.
No, the chat is saying it's overreaction. Well,
because for goodness sakes, did you see it?
Just say it. They're haters.
No, they're fans of other teams. John Bull says, and I think he's got a good point. Matt Nagy has Defensive Player of the Year locked up if he sits Justin Fields. That's solid. I believe that's accurate. I believe that's 100% accurate. This is the last one, and this is the one I'm most intrigued by. I'm really curious about your answer.
Okay.
Overreaction. The 49ers will be primarily a running team.
That's not overreaction at all. I think that is ideal.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what Kyle wants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that I'm not saying this to go at your boy, like I'm genuinely asking you. Were they primarily a running team when they got to the Super Bowl?
Yeah. Now it's funny, there was a tale of two seasons that year, because in the first half, they were running defense. In the second half, and this is what I tell people all the time, Jimmy Garoppolo was cooking.
That's what I was waiting for you to say, because I have Jimmy's numbers from those game logs, and it was
that second half, Jimmy was slinging that thing around and doing it in a major way.
But I remember even through that Seattle game with the stop on the conversation was constantly, The run game. Any and everything that Jimmy Garoppolo did that year was a complete afterthought.
Yeah. I think there, like I said, ideally, Kyle Shanahan, that would be his thing. Kyle Shanahan is rolling around in his grave at the thought of somebody throwing the ball 58 times and 50 times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wants no parts of that.
Right.
He will give Ezekiel Elliott his little 3 yards of carry just because. Like, nah, we can't have that. You know what I mean? And
Ezekiel Elliott wouldn't be averaging 3 yards a carry if he played for Kyle Shanahan.
It might not be. The other thing, and I saw our guy,
of course, he'd be a part of like 10 running backs, so maybe he would.
Zeke, being the Zeke that we remember, was probably behind a different offensive line too. That offensive line ain't the same in Dallas no more either. So that's another thing. But to answer your original question, not an overreaction at all. They definitely want to be primarily a running team.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll give you our picks for a variety of games this weekend, both in the NFL and college. And we'll talk a little bit of Kings basketball, but mostly Kings basketball of the past. Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith are all headed to the Hall of Fame this weekend. We'll talk about that as Elo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Jay Stahl and everybody else, well, I want to see these Rams, boy. I want to see these Rams. Y'all got the Rams out here like they the 94 Niners or the 92 Cowboys. I got my eye on these Rams because I think they're good. I think they're damn good. But I got my eye on these Rams, boy. These people love the Rams out here this year. They love the Rams.
They're good, bro.
They're good.
They're good.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, they're good.
I want to see it.
Do you want to know my games or do you want them on the air?
Give them to me on the air.
Okay. I mentioned, well, not, I talked a lot about one yesterday. I haven't settled in on my Super Bowl prediction, by the way. I keep waffling on something.
I haven't either.
Oh my gosh, the Texans have ruled out Deshaun Watson. Goodness gracious, who saw that coming? He's listed on the injury report as not injury related. Jeez.
I wonder why they couldn't just do that all year. Like, why we have to wait for
week to week.
Yeah.
You'd have to offer an explanation as to why he's ruled out for the entire year as part of the.
Well, no, I meant I guess I spoke wrong. Like, why? Because people were like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to cut him or anything? If he don't want to be there and they're not ready to trade him or they got all that other stuff, he's inactive. And usually when you're inactive, does that mean you miss pay?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm. Right. Like if you're on IR or something like that? Nope.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. No. That's it. Jesse just said it in our ear. Maybe they're hoping he changes his mind and they go to him and he can play. And that very well may be it. Let's check the poll results. Let's check the poll results. By the way, guys, don't forget there's an election coming up. Send your ballot in.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all live here. We've been through this before. Seems like some of y'all forgot. Most people, it looks like 52% are going after Game 6. 29% say not at all.
I don't think he starts this year.
Okay.
I don't think he does.
Not at all. Jot these down so I can close this. 52%. If you haven't placed your vote yet, place your vote or cast your vote or do something with your vote. After 29, say not at all. All right. Gotta check. I can't remember if I sent Kyle the Stream sent. Man, that GIF makes me laugh every time.
Which one is
my
that?
Man with the calculator? Mark tweets that. Mark Wong tweeted that out when you were doing math. That's the best. That's the best. What is happening in here, y'all? It's Friday, man. What is going on?
PPE.
Odyssey app, 1320, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you'd like, you can find us. Football season is here. Get ready for the Ultimate Season Preview 2021 NFL Edition, brought to you by Odyssey and the Locked On Podcast Network. Get local takes on each team from each conference throughout the league. Plus, get expert predictions on where each team will finish. It's all found on Odyssey, your audio home for football. A couple of quick notes here. Ryan Orve is going to join us coming up at 2 o'clock. Of course, he's the host of BetMGM Tonight. And Kyle Madson's, he's going to join us. Niners Wire, Candlestick, Chronicles, and 95.7 The Game, and of ESPN 1320. He's going to be with us coming up at about 2:15 or so. So make sure you're locked in for that. Plenty of football coverage ahead. Plenty of 49ers coverage ahead. I actually want to talk about the Kings for just a couple of minutes. Actually, Kings of the past, and we'll get to that. But let's start. We've got a couple of games that we're going to pick each week. Now, this isn't Kenny's triple play picks or anything like that.
Yeah. Because I got you. I got you on that.
This is something different. This is just games that we're locked in for and we're seeing. And man, I don't think that there's a game this weekend that I'm more excited for than Cleveland and Kansas City. Part of that is because we were talking yesterday. And as I started running down the Cleveland Cavaliers, I started, because I have been kind of on the fence with them, not because I don't believe in them, but I'm curious who and what Baker Mayfield is, and I'm afraid I don't want them to be the Dallas Cowboys, the really talented team that never lives up to the talent, that never brings all that talent together.
Right.
But as I started running down like Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham, and there's no I think I saw Stefanski say today that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be a game time decision. Started to run down that roster though. Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. I was like, oh, like crap. Jarvis Lynch. Like, my God, and we haven't even gotten to the other side of the ball yet with Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett. This team is really talented. Yes. And of course, we got the D'Lo and KC Pick'em League jump them off, and part of the reason I was rooting for the Cowboys so openly last night is I wanted to make a splash on the first night of the pick'em, and I went with the Cowboys. So I took the L last night. But another game that I don't know who's in first place right now. Another, probably everybody but me. The other place. Okay, that's fine. I picked Cleveland to beat Kansas City as well. I'm riding Cleveland this year, man. Okay. So I'm excited for that game. That's one of the games I'm excited for.
Okay.
Outside of Detroit and San Francisco, I know you're excited.
Yeah, we're always excited for that one. One of my games that I'm most interested in watching. This one's interesting, man. I got the Chargers going to Washington to play the football team. I'm interested in the Chargers because I think they're a dark horse for that division. I do. And I want to see what they are able to do in a situation in Washington against a team. You know, I was joking, I think during the break, and I was talking about, how people love the Rams, man. I got my eye on the Rams because people are 100% certain about the Rams. There is no questions that the Rams are just going to be this juggernaut. And I think they're good too. I think they're a legit Super Bowl contender too. I'm gonna keep my eye on them though. So that's how I feel about the Rams. I bet you feel the same way about the football team. And a lot of people are like,
no, I don't care. I thought my second game was obscure. You hit me with an obscure one. All I hear about the football team is that defense. All I hear about I guess I'm intrigued. I don't want to dismiss it like, oh, that Kenny, what are you talking about? Like, I'm interested in virtually every game this week.
Well, That's a bit of a stretch.
They
you
talk
said
about
virtually, but yeah, they got a couple stinkers.
We rule out the Texans.
Any
Game involving the Texans.
Eagles either, by the way. That's a little bit of a stinker.
That's cap. I want to see the Eagles quarterback.
I'll watch them later
because I'm curious to see what Jalen Hurts looked like, given his team hates him. Given the fact that they've done everything to try to replace him, like I'm hoping he goes and shows out a little bit.
Chargers football team could be 2 division winners going head to head week 1. So I'm going Chargers with that game.
Cap. Nope, not happening. Football team's not winning the division. You don't win the NFC East 2 years in a row.
They might change everything, man.
Cowboys are winning the division. Here again, I thought I had an obscure game, but you topped me for that. I'm really interested in Miami versus New England. I'm interested in Miami versus New England for a variety of reasons. I think higher than New England. I think higher of New England than I probably should. And I bought into Miami and Brian Flores, and I want to see are they a quarterback short? Is Tua the guy? Is Mac Jones the guy? Is he Mac Jones now? Is he going to go back to McCorkle after game 1? Like, what are we going to call them after this? How much are those free agent acquisitions that the New England Patriots made? How much are they going to play in to this week 1 game? Is this going to be the Patriots of old, just without Tom Brady? Is everything? Is this going to be like the what was it, Matt Castle? Is this going to be the team that, you know, they could go? They're talented enough to go 11-5 without Tom Brady, and now you've got the quarterback of the future there. I'm really, really interested in both teams. So Miami and New England is one I'm going to have a watchful eye on.
That's an intriguing matchup. I was looking at that one. It didn't make my 3, but that's an intriguing matchup for sure. And I want to see a lot of the same things that you just talked about. A lot of unanswered questions. You're not going to get the full answer after week 1, but just seeing these teams for the first time, I'm with that one too. Who you got winning that one?
I don't remember who I picked in the Pick'em League because I put in all of my picks. I don't remember, but I feel like I went with New England.
Oh, that boy Mac Jones starting off this season like that. What?
Jesse about to cut off my mic, but yeah, I know. And every commercial break, I'm trashing Paul Pierce in some way, shape, or form. And Jesse,
we're not done with that.
Jesse's about had it for me. I'm gonna pull up the app while you give your next game and just to make sure. But I'm pretty sure I picked New England, like on the record, in our Pick'em League.
So when we do this, you know, on the air, there are 3 favorite games. It's not just NFL. We're talking about football all weekend long.
Confirmed. I picked New England. Thank you.
And to be honest with you, I mean, if I really wanted to, if you really wanted to, Damien, they got some crazy high school games on this weekend out here in Sacramento. A bunch of top 10 matchups going on. I have my eye on a couple of them. One of them, I think it's I think it's Rockland versus Capital Christian, number 2 versus number 9.
I think Joe Davidson was just tweeting about that a little bit ago.
They got like 4 top 12 matchups going on. So we could go that route all weekend. Favorite 3 from a football weekend. I'm not going that route though, but I am going to college. UW last week embarrassed themselves at home, losing to Montana. UW, University of Washington, they were ranked 20th in the nation, lost at home to Montana. The University of Michigan laid the smackdown on Western Michigan like they were supposed to last Saturday. As Swiss Beast once said, who's phony, who's fake? Is Washington really just overrated? I think they had their top 4 wide receivers not playing in that game against Montana. I think they're going to be getting a lot of those guys back. Was that just an aberration? And now they go into the big house and they'll be ready? Michigan, they lost their top wide receiver, my man Bell, to an ACL surgery. But are they able to be the real deal against a top team, perceived top team in Washington? I'm interested in this one. I think we're going to get some answers about what direction these guys might go, either team, for the rest of the year with this one. I got Michigan winning this game at the Big House against Washington, who I think is kind of fraudulent. Okay. So I got Michigan winning.
Cowboys aren't taking their 0-1 start very well, as Lyle Collins was suspended 5 games for violating the NFL's policy and program on substance abuse.
Yikes.
All right, Cowboys in midseason form here in week number 1. Lyle Collins, boy, if there was a problem with the line for Ezekiel Elliott, it just got worse.
Yeah.
I'll stick in the college route here and this will be no surprise to you. You went Michigan. I'm going Ohio State. Ohio State and Oregon this weekend. Of course, I'm picking the Buckeyes. But this is a great game for the Pac-12. Anxious to see how this unfolds. Anxious to see, can Oregon pull an upset? Really catapult the Pac-12 up there a little bit. I don't see it. And go a step further. It ain't happening. Y'all want a stone cold lock? Here's a stone cold lock. Ohio State's beating Oregon.
I agree. I'm forgetting my man's name, the defensive lineman for Oregon, who was a potential Heisman candidate, but he got hurt in that game last week against Fresno State. And if he plays, he's not going to be anywhere near 100%. And I don't even think he's going to play. So one of the ways that you could look at beating Ohio State is putting CJ Stroud in a situation where he might be running for his life. Yeah, that's not going to happen without Thibodeau. Kayvon Thibodeau is the young man's name. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen without him. I think CJ and the boys do whatever they need to do out in Columbus. I think they win that game. It's a good game, though. My last one is going to be your first one, and Browns at Chiefs. That is one of the top matchups in all of football all weekend long for all the reasons that you mentioned. I'm going to go with the Chiefs in that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm anxious to see what the Browns do in their first game of the season with some expectation. The season with expectation. So it's going to be an interesting game. We talked about this on the low. This isn't one of my games, and I talked about how I got my eyes on the Rams. I got my eyes on SoFi Stadium too. I think might be the 9th home game for the Bears on Sunday night. Might be the 9th home game for the Bears.
Okay.
Crazy amounts of Bears fans going in there. And let's take it a step further. Monday night, Baltimore is going to be in the house. We saw Cheryl in here earlier. Cheryl from Baltimore. She's in the chat. She already know legions of people that are going to be in Vegas this weekend that are touchdown today to be there for Monday Night Football. I'm interested in seeing that dynamic all season long. Is that going to be what it's going to be for every game for the Rams, Chargers, and Raiders at home, where these opposing fans just come in and run roughshod over the stadium? I think it will be. It will be for the Chargers for sure. The Rams and Raiders, I'm interested to see.
The Raiders will definitely be fascinating to watch because we haven't seen it. Like, this is it. They obviously played in Las Vegas last year, and I know they made a big deal about how cute it was that fans gathered outside the stadium, and like that's fine. Those are local fans in their black and silver gear, their silver and black gear that gathered outside the stadium. That's dope. Like that's great. Okay, now now who are the paying customers to get in? How many of them flew in from out of town? That will be a fascinating dynamic to watch. The first Raiders season, the first home season for the Las Vegas Raiders with fans in Las Vegas.
And I also keep saying, number one, every Niners game down in LA is going to be a home game for the Niners. Every Raiders game in LA is going to be a home game for the Raiders. And if I'm
from now until eternity.
Yeah. But if I'm a Seahawks fan, yeah, I'll go to LA for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I get a chance to go to LA for the weekend.
LA and Las Vegas, absolutely.
Hell yeah. So
absolutely.
They're going to be in the building. I'm really interested in those dynamics for both cities.
Not a game, but I know both you and I will be watching.
Not a game. We're talking about practice, man.
Actually, we're talking about enshrinement. Hall of Fame enshrinement. Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, Yolanda Griffith headed in to the Hall of Fame this weekend. If you missed our conversations with Yolanda Griffith and Rick Adelman, both of them are available right now on demand on youtube.com/ESPN1320. So if you missed those conversations, and really, that was a while ago. That was back in May. we had Yo and Rick Adelman on, and we cut, Yo joined us on the video stream. We cut that up. It is there isolated for you to check out, as is our conversation with Rick Adelman. Rick Adelman joined us. Yeah, they really were. Rick, and the one great thing, because we talked to Rick, it was just a couple of days, a day or two after it was announced he was going to the Hall of Fame. Man, he sounded so grateful. Like he always has this reputation of being like the George Karl type, right? Like the old crotchety guy. You try to find a picture of Rick Adelman, like even doing some semblance of a smile, you could go through every imaging folder out there. It's going to be difficult to find. Yeah. You might find one, but you ain't going to find more than one. Like, he always kind of had that reputation, man. But when we talked to him, he just sounded so grateful and so happy. And we thought about, rerunning that conversation for you here on the radio. I was like, it's week 1 of the NFL season. That would be silly. Let's put it over there on YouTube so you can go check it out whenever you want to, and we don't take away from what we're doing here. So youtube.com/ESPN1320. The conversations with Rick Adelman and Yolanda Griffith are available for you to listen to on demand.
You mentioned, Rick Adelman and how he's always pretty stoic and things of that nature. I remember the one time where in the moment you saw Rick like jump for joy or something like that. Do you remember what it was?
Rick Adelman jumped for joy?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and this is easily the most animated I've ever seen Rick Adelman. It was cool to see, because Rick Adelman doesn't get animated like that.
No idea.
When you get a chance, go look at that Kevin Martin winning layup against the Spurs.
Really?
Big fist pump, like high. I think he jumped, lands, gives another fist pump, and then he goes back to stoic Rick Adelman.
Oh goodness! All right, I'll pull that up right there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
In my head, like I'm running the video of Mike Bibby's shot in my head.
Yeah, I thought he had a fist pump with that one too.
I don't think so.
I think you're right. I felt like he just turned around. Yeah.
I think he just like Rick. Now you want to find a picture of Rick Adelman with his arms crossed? That's easy. Like, I feel like he's standing there, the shot goes in, and he just kind of turns around, walks to the bench because the timeout's coming. Now I could be intertwining different highlights in my head, but that's how it's playing in my head. Is Bibby hits the shot, screams, they flash to Rick, and they're just turning around.
Finding a photo of Rick Adelman with his arms crossed and just looking stoic is about as easy as finding a photo of Luke Walton with his hands out with that look on his face.
That's right. That's right. There are plenty to choose from. You can also head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and check out the conversation I had yesterday with Jason Jones. I really debated on whether having to have Jason on yesterday or today. I really didn't want to have him on without you, but I didn't know if we would have time to really dive into his article with Chris Webber, or the conversation, that he had with Chris Webber here today. I was curious your takeaways when you had the chance to read Jason Jones' article, because for me, and I don't know if you knew this or not, but me and Morgan kind of had the same reaction with, Jason's article opens up with, I didn't want to, Chris Webber didn't want to beat LA. He wanted to be with LA. Mm-hmm. And then, you go on to read, Chris wanting to get traded to the Lakers and all of that. And I was telling everyone yesterday, I felt so, I was like, is this widely known in NBA circles? And I've blocked it out of my memory. I don't, because I had zero recollection of that at all. Yeah. And Jason was telling me like it's not widely known. There are some people in NBA circles that knew about it. Chris has kind of told the story privately before. I don't know that he's ever told it on a really big stage before. But yeah, I was fascinated at the thought of Chris Webber being a Laker.
Yeah, I mean, I remember a lot and hear these little different stories. I had never heard that one.
You remember everything. Everything except what Jazz tells you to do.
She would definitely disagree. But I had heard that one earlier in the year, I think, for the first time.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, look, I understand it. You know what I mean? Like I understand it. I understand Chris. I understand Kyle Kuzma when he says all that other stuff. Like the the initial thought of coming to Sacramento isn't appealing. And hell, for some people, the thought of going to the Lakers is like, oh yeah, let's go. I'm in the limelight. I'm going to win. So I get it. I never hold it against, these players, then and now for having that. But it's really cool to see him actually get here and other players actually get here and love it the way they do. Like one thing that you'll probably never hear, even from a guy like Rudy Gay, who said what he said. Like, I think his stuff was organizational, but once they get here, it seems like all these people are like, yo, Sacramento's pretty damn cool. Like, it's a cool place. They're either like, they're like real calm about it like that, or they're like, I love it here. I'm going to put roots here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, I didn't, it's cool. It's cool. I didn't feel one way or another about Chris wanting to go to the Lakers at one point.
I just felt surprised. That's the only, because I was surprised that I hadn't heard that story before. Yeah. But I did have another realization reading Jason Jones' article yesterday, and even reflecting on the conversation I had with Jason Jones yesterday. Because we talk a lot about De'Aaron Fox, and I know we've had our conversations about DeMarcus Cousins, but I don't think anyone's going to take the mantle from Chris Webber's the greatest Sacramento King, in my opinion. And
I think so too.
You can argue like Mitch Richmond, that's fine. Like when you talk about importance to Sacramento, and you talk about what Chris was able to accomplish, Mitch was traded. Mitch was a part of that. Like he was. It just, he doesn't have that longevity. Mitch was important. His contributions are important. But when you talk about what Chris did, coming here, and Jason tells the story of Chris didn't know he wanted to be here, wasn't sure he wanted to be here till that first practice. That's when he was like, okay, and he met Jason Williams and all of these different guys. Like, okay, okay. There's something here. The fact that, and this was the thing that Jason Jones said that really got me. The fact that the organization was essentially a joke before Chris got here. And Mitch was here, but the organization was essentially a joke. It's been a joke since he left. They were good they were fine that first year after he was traded, but since then it's been a disaster. It's been a punchline. I don't know that anybody is going to take the mantle from Chris Webber being like the king of kings, if you will. And I think that includes De'Aaron Fox, by the way. That's the part I needed to make. That includes De'Aaron Fox.
I'll push back a little bit. I think De'Aaron Fox can and probably will do it. I think, and here's why. And everything that you laid out is like, it's on point. But franchise has been a joke. De'Aaron Fox, if let's just say he didn't even have to get to the Western Conference Finals like Chris or whatever. I feel like if he continuously gets to like the second round for a little while and gives us moments like that, Fox would have came in at the low of lows. He wanted to be here. He was looked at as being the savior. Essentially did kind of do it. He achieved it. And he would have been Sacramento's from start to finish. And like I think that it kind of gets understated because, and I don't think you'll disagree with this one, kind of gets understated because the team isn't that good, and it's still young in the process. I feel like this city, this fan base loves De'Aaron Fox. They love De'Aaron Fox. And if De'Aaron, once again, if he could just get them to the second, break the drought, number one, and then like be a consistent guy to get them to the play. Hey, I'm not saying people should do this literally. I'm not saying that. People will fight for De'Aaron Fox out here. Say something bad about De'Aaron Fox. I think today,
that's
even
fine.
with all that stuff that's going on, say something bad about Chris Webber, you're wrong. It'll be like, you're wrong. Nah, you're wrong.
That's
Chris
just,
was bad.
Like,
he was a bad boy.
That's silly to me. The team has only been relevant when Chris Webber was here. That's it. The only relevancy they've had since Chris Webber has left is if they were moving.
But also the thing about it,
or if their announcer said something stupid.
Well, he was.
That's it.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, I think Chris was the best player on there. I think he's the best player in Kings history. But that era isn't just related to Chris Webber. Like I say all the time, and people say all the time, the straw that really got the drink going was Vlade Divac said, "I want to come here."
Yeah,
Jason Williams was great. Mike Bibby, all these guys. If this thing turns around, I love Halliburton. I love Davion.
If
it turns around, I love Halliburton. I love Davion. Fox is it. He was the one that was here from beginning to end.
So you don't think Chris is the one who turned this around? Or that, I guess I shouldn't say this. You don't think Chris is the one that turned that around?
He had a huge part in it. And if Chris isn't there, then it probably doesn't get turned around. But I think something to say, I think there'll be a lot to be said that Chris was traded here, and De'Aaron, we grew up with it. If De'Aaron is 28 and he's made the playoffs and he's got us where Memphis is, come on now. Let's
talk more about this. We got Ryan Horvat of BetMGM tonight joining us at the top of the 2:00 hour, just about 17 minutes from now. We got Kyle Madson joining us in about 30 minutes as well here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Two things. One, I pulled up the chat, and Poker Pro Eric is the biggest asshole. I've decided. I think I'm closing the chat. I'm legit done with it. So appreciate everybody in the chat, but Eric, you really screw up the chat by being such an asshole sometimes. Two, I completely botched what we just did. I was trying to separate the picks and KC's picks, and I moved our picks to the final block, but never took it out of the. I never took it out of the rundown. Okay. So
I thought it was going to be here anyway.
I botched it because if you scroll down and see 317, you see the same thing. I was trying to separate your money picks from our for fun picks. And I was like, wait a minute. I thought as we were doing it, I was like, I thought I moved this. And sure enough, there it is. I'm like, so that's my bad. Let's move just for this week only. Let's move your money picks away from what we just did. So let's move them to 320, and then we'll come back and we'll talk more about the Kings. And then,
because the Kings thing is popping off right now too.
Yeah, that's my bad. Those picks are supposed to be the lead into Ryan and Quentin, but I messed that up.
Cole, I like Buddy. I don't love Buddy. I like him though. Contrary to what you think, Cole.
Buddy gonna be a king this year, boy. Buddy gonna be a king.
Scott Lee, you know you already know what's on my desk right now, big dog. You already know what's on this, big dog. Ooh, boy, oh boy. Humble Hearts trying to go 1-0 each day. Go Giants.
There you go.
Humble Hearts actually is what Harbaugh says.
We're not on the radio, so what's the score?
5-1. Giants put up a 4 spot in the 7th inning.
The 7th inning? Oh, wow. That was like 7th inning. Yeah, that game started 2 hours ago.
Home runs from Longoria and Belt.
Very nice.
Okay. 5-1 going into the bottom of the 7th.
Okay. No, we're not. We're just the normal block, 17 to 42, 43.
Peyton, I don't know how you come up with that. I'm not a big.
I'm curious.
Believer.
Can I hit a quick follow up? What do you mean you watched film? Like you watched, and I'm curious. Like you watched like a network broadcast of the game? Like what do you mean you watched film? Like were you on
the other?
I forgot what that website is called. Go ahead.
The other thing about that is Like, I learned this a long time ago from a guy like I'm not gonna say his name, but he's a good NFL breakdown guy. And when we watch all this stuff, we can only talk about what we think went wrong because we don't know what's been instructed. We don't know what the strategy is. We don't know, like, if you're like, oh, well, he let his guy blow by him to the baseline, maybe that's the strategy. Maybe that's what's supposed to be doing. And it's not necessarily his fault, but it's the help that isn't there that's his fault. But it looks like he's just letting him blow. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I try to keep that in mind where we don't know what they were trying to do in that situation.
Yeah, agree. The Saturday Sac State hosts Northern Iowa at Hornet Stadium. Coverage starts at 5:30 p.m. Kickoff at 6 on the home for Sac State football here on ESPN 1320.
You know, this Saturday, I don't think I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it's just a little late thinking for me. But this would be probably a good day to go check out Sac State football. Listen to it, like, even if not go to the game, but like listen to them on ESPN 1320 or whatever. Because there's not really like a prime time game in college football at that time slot. Oregon, Ohio State typically would be that type of game, but they're putting it at 9 a.m. Obviously, I talked about Michigan, Washington, but I wouldn't be tripping off missing Michigan and Washington to listen to a little Sac State football. Maybe I'll do that anyway. Maybe I'll watch them, listen to Sac State on the radio.
I think it's in our contract to talk to the play-by-play host. Jesse, reach out to him. See the play-by-play guy. Jesse, reach out to him. Tell him we're only available at 3:30. Let's see if we can get the guy who calls Sac State games on at the show at 3:30. Got to fulfill his contractual agreement, but it's got to be 3:30. It's the only time we're available.
No simulcast either.
We'll see if we can get him on. Says we're on Nitro, baby. Let's see if we can get that guy on. We were talking about
That's hilarious.
We were talking about Chris and De'Aaron. The conversation in its entirety with Jason Jones is available wherever you get podcasts from. It's available on the Odyssey app. Jesse and Charlie do a great job of separating the interviews, putting them on the podcast platform. We do the same now over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. So if you don't have 3.5 hours out of your day, or in case of YouTube, 4 hours where you want to listen to the entire show, but you're like, yo, Jason Jones was on, James Ham was on, Deuce Mo was on, we separate that for you so you can go listen. If you want to hear the Jason Jones conversation and an in-depth breakdown of the conversation he had with Chris Webber, I encourage you to go check it out. And the line that he said that just stuck with me is the Kings were a joke before Chris got here. They've been a punchline essentially since he's left. And that just made me think, like, I know we want to put that crown on De'Aaron's head, but at some point this team has to start winning. I know we love, and you were talking about this a minute ago, Casey. I know we love De'Aaron. That's not a question. But right now, De'Aaron is just another player who's come through here and hasn't been able to succeed. Sorry, let me rephrase that, because De'Aaron is successful. Hasn't been able to bring the team success.
Right.
And that has to change.
Understandably so. And I'm not arguing with that. What I was saying, because you said you think Chris Webber.
It's hard to envision someone taking that crown from him.
And I can envision De'Aaron Fox doing that. And what I meant by Memphis, I didn't even mean, like, I clarified, didn't mean Memphis right now, which, I mean, that might get him close to the mantle too.
I'd take it.
But I
would take it at this point.
That might get him close to the mantle too. But I was talking about, like, Memphis in the grindhouse years, the Zach round. You know how they were a second round team. I know they made a Western Conference at one time, but they were a very good team that usually capped out at about the second round of the playoffs. If De'Aaron Fox led Sacramento to that for like 3 or 4 years, I think he'd have a great chance being the greatest king of all time.
So De'Aaron getting to the second round for 4 years trumps the
Let's be
Kings
real.
with Chris Webber having what, 3 potential championship teams, 2 potential championship teams?
I mean, potential is all good and well, but let's just call it what it is. He got to the Western Conference Finals once. Every other time it was a first round exit, a second round exit, first round exit.
I mean, sure, his knee did get shredded into a million pieces.
No.
Well, at least that's what we thought at the time. Turns out he had a pretty commonplace knee injury today. Back then, it wasn't as common. Wasn't he the second guy to get the microfracture surgery?
So I think the first guy was Penny.
That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. That was the kiss of death.
Yeah.
Back then.
And the way I feel like Penny said this, but maybe it was somebody else, but poor Penny. They said it was like he was the first, and not that it was like malpractice, like they had no idea what they were doing, but they were kind of trying something out. And they were like working the kinks out along the way. And he was the first one, like, yeah, that one didn't really work that way. Maybe if we try, like, it was that. And it's like, damn.
Imagine that. Here's the surgery you need. Let's try to perfect it.
But yeah, so Chris, I mean, I love Chris. I think Chris is definitely number 2. The thing about it is I thought that DeMarcus was on his way. Talent wise, skill wise, and then just legacy wise.
Yeah.
I thought DeMarcus, I could be wrong. I feel like DeMarcus's numbers were about to blow Chris Webber out of the water. Like he had the numbers that were about to be crazy for what he was doing like the last 2-3 years he was here in Sacramento, thinking he'd be here for 10 years. The numbers would have been just insane.
But he, like De'Aaron, is the individual player. I just don't know how you put the crown on someone when there's no team success. That's what
you can't put it without team success.
Okay,
100%. What I was saying,
you thought that DeMarcus Cousins' team was on their way to success.
Was on their way. What I was pushing back on was you saying you can't envision anyone ever. And
I can't.
That's where I was. As Fox gets to the playoffs routinely, I think he'll get it.
And maybe that's what I can't envision. As optimistic, as optimistic as I am about the Kings, like I'm pushing for, can I get a 10? Can you get me 500, 10th or not? Can you get me 41 and 41? We're talking about the team making the playoffs. It's got there 8 years. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. And it's like, or 7 years. I think I might not have been there for one.
Did he get traded in 05? I think so.
Sounds right, because they went the year after.
Right? They lost.
That's where they like Chris was
smacked up by Jerome James.
I thought Chris would be the last piece of the team being broken apart. Like he was the first.
Right.
And Peja went later. Ron came in. Kevin Martin's layup where according to Kenny Caraway, Rick Adelman celebrated, but I have yet to pull up this video to see it.
You're gonna be like, wow.
I know. I'm actually I can't wait to see it.
De'Aaron's path actually kind of circles right now. It mirrors up with Mitch Richmond more than Chris Webber right now, and especially because we believe he's on the verge of that individual success. Gotcha. And Mitch's path eventually led to a really good season where they get bounced in the last game of the season, a playoff appearance, and then the next year I think they lost. They got eliminated like in the third, maybe like a week or two left into the season. So hopefully that's not De'Aaron Fox. But I don't think, my whole argument was I don't think De'Aaron needs to achieve the team success per se of a Chris Webber to surpass him. I think if he was a little below, like not getting to a conference finals or anything like that, but getting consistently to, first and second rounds for 5-6 straight years, I think Fox, I think he could be the greatest king of all time.
Okay. I know fans love him, but I need to see some W's, man.
Absolutely.
I need to see them win. I need to see some win. But it's a W for Sacramento Kings fans. It's a W for Sacramento basketball fans as Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith take their place in the Hall of Fame.
You say Sacramento basketball. You talk about Yolanda Griffith. Bring back the Monarchs.
Please.
WNBA. Stop playing.
One of the 25 greatest players. I mean, the league has not, or excuse me, the Monarchs have not been in existence since November of 2009, and two players made the all. Two players. Now, Tisha continued to have a very good career with Los Angeles and Chicago. Seattle, Indiana, but nothing like they're, when they put that WNBA 25 picture up with all of the, the player reveals on it, Tisha and Yo were in Monarchs uniforms.
And that's
the league was barely 10 years old when the Monarchs disappeared.
It's ridiculous. And look, and if I'm being fair, you know what I'm saying? If I'm being fair to everything, I think it's ridiculous there's no team in Houston.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. This was your first dynasty.
The petty reasons the team was taken away.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't even because of like not the city not supporting or them not being successful. It was for kind of like Sacramento. It was kind of like for reasons that had nothing to do with the actual franchise. And those are two places right there that it's kind of, they got to fix those two, man. Before they look to like, oh, let's see what the Bay Area is doing, or let's go here or whatever. Before, right those two wrongs first.
You have two proven markets.
Yeah.
Use them. Like I think they did a great job with Las Vegas, and quite honestly, I think Las Vegas has done a great job with the Aces.
Yes.
But yeah, you have two proven markets here. They're not big risks.
Right.
In Sacramento and in Houston.
Right, those two wrongs.
So congratulations again to Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, Yolanda Griffith. You want to hear our conversations with Rick Adelman and Yo, they are available in Yo's in video form, by the way, over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320. So go check that out on YouTube. Ryan Horvat of BetMGM tonight's going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. And don't forget, we got Kenny's picks for the weekend.
Yeah, man.
Coming up a little bit later now. Didn't go so well this past weekend.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I second guessed a couple things. It should have went one pick. It didn't really work out. I got it this week, though. I got you.
$25 allotment disappeared quick.
Real quick.
I mean, you and Quentin last week, y'all were, did this, over this, half that. Watch the spread on this one, spread on that one. Y'all sounded like it was a couple of bookies. Like, hey, let's go. Let's make it happen. And yeah, I knew Kenny's picks. So I was watching the games like, oh no.
It didn't even start off good, man. That damn, what's the boy's name? The quarterback at UNC slinging around the ball. He getting squirreled around and going to throw the ball in the play. What are you doing?
Oh, man.
Should have went with Penn State.
So good.
State.
So good. That's why I don't gamble. Josh Norman said he's prepared to play on Sunday. He's got the mindset to be ready to play on Sunday. We'll talk about that in just a second. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Again, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, we're live on the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM in Northern California. We bring in our man, Ryan Horvat, the host of BetMGM tonight, a big part of the BetQL network on the Odyssey app. Ryan, how'd you do last week?
So I had a really good week last week, guys, and thanks for having me again. I had a good week 0, a good week 1 of college football, and last night I think I was one of like 8 people that was on the Dallas Cowboys. Once it got to 9.5, once the spread was 9.5, I was like, all right, something has to give here. So I jumped on Dallas. I thought they had a shot to win that thing outright, and maybe if Mike McCarthy doesn't lose, maybe if Mike McCarthy at least tries to run the ball a couple more times and keep on it. But really, you can't blame McCarthy in the offense, man. Maybe if they have a field goal kicker that doesn't miss an extra point and again, Dallas actually wins that game. I mean, they were in that game. So I was on that. I was on the over. So a really good start to the season.
Ryan, help me out here, man, because I make, 3 picks every week here, with what I think might happen with picks that you might want to go with or whatever. And last week after I made the picks, I realized I wasn't even trying to do it. I realized I had all favorites. Going there. I know a lot of bettors like you gotta find those those underdogs that you think can cover or whatever the case may be. Help me out with my thinking, because where I come from, I feel like if I don't think you have a real shot of winning, I don't feel comfortable going with the underdogs. Give me your mindset with going, with guys that are getting some of these points.
Yeah, and at times, there are some weeks where I like a lot of favorites, and everybody's like, "Oh man, that's a chalky play," and I'm like, "Well, okay." I got Kansas City taking on Derek Carr and the Raiders. I'm going to go with Patrick Mahomes, and then that was the one team that when everybody was healthy last year actually beat the Chiefs. But still, I'm with you. It's hard to bet against the favorites in the NFL, but there is so much parity, and with the point spreads, that's where I do find some value. Like this week, for example, I actually really like an underdog. My favorite pick of the week is the Cleveland Browns. I played them against the spread. I'm really high on the Browns this year. They fixed up that offensive line last year. I like Kevin Stefanski as the head coach. They have two of the better backs in the league with Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt. And if Odell Beckham Jr. could actually stay healthy, even for 70-80% of the season, I think they might have one of the best offenses in the league. And defensively, they've improved the secondary and the pass rush. Everything that we hear out of camp is like Jadeveon Clowney looks the best he's looked since college. But I feel like we do that with Jadeveon Clowney every other year. He needs to prove it. But I really like this Browns team. I took them to cover the 6 points against the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think they have a shot to win that game outright. And even maybe I think that that's a team that's built to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs just because they can run the football and keep Patrick Mahomes on the sideline. And until Kansas City proves to me they're able to protect Mahomes, I know that they've tried to improve that offensive line in the offseason. But, man, I just have nightmares of the Super Bowl, him running for his life. And you look at the trends, the Browns are actually 4-0 against the spread in their last 4 games on the road in Kansas City. And the Browns are also really good as underdogs, 4-1 against the spread in their last 5 games as road dogs, 4-1 against the spread in their last 5 road games. And as good as Kansas City is, they just don't cover the spread, man. They're 1-5 against the spread in their last 6 games at home in Kansas City. So I like Cleveland to cover this weekend and maybe even win outright. I guess that'd be a kind of big shocker because the overwhelming favorite to win the Super Bowl, once again, is the Kansas City Chiefs this year.
Andy Reid, what are you doing? Do you even care about your fans? They cover. Run it up a couple times.
Ryan, we saw 60 points. He cares about them W's. We saw 60 points last night between the Cowboys and the Bucs, and that seems to be a trend in over-unders this week. You think we see a lot of points here in week number 1?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because usually week 1, the product is so sloppy. We see a bunch of penalties. We see some guys on some new teams like take Matthew Stafford, for example. I'm really high on the Rams this year if he's able to stay healthy because finally McVay has a quarterback that he doesn't have to disguise and can throw the ball down the field. Even when Jared Goff went to the Pro Bowl and took the team to the Super Bowl, he was throwing bubble screens, and a lot of that came from behind the line of scrimmage. He doesn't really throw the ball 30 yards or deeper. That's where Matthew Stafford comes in. But we didn't really see him in the preseason, so, is he going to pick up the offense right away? So usually I used to, years back when I first started betting on football, I would play a lot of unders week 1. But man, last year, there was just so many points that were scored. Every game the first couple of weeks of the season, the total was just flying over. And I thought a lot of that had to do with no fans being in the stadium because offensively, it really didn't make a difference. Guys put up ridiculous numbers last year. Look at Aaron Rodgers, 48 touchdown passes, 5 picks. Dak was on pace to break the passing record before his injury. But I thought a lot of that had to do with just because I felt like it was just a disadvantage defensively to not have any fans in the crowd. You know what I mean? Because that's what pumps the defense up, obviously. But I think we're going to see a lot of points again this season. I mean, these offenses are so good. And, as a former defensive player, granted only at the high school level and small college, you're not allowed to do your job anymore. I couldn't imagine having to play defensive back in today's league. You breathe on the wide receiver, especially if he's a Tampa Bay wide receiver. There's a flag. If you touch the quarterback, even if you're, leaping at the guy and he gets rid of the ball, and it's a split second later, and it's Tom Brady, if you breathe on him, that's a flag. So it's just so hard for these guys to do their job that I feel like you have to play a lot of overs.
Yeah.
Wide receivers can throw cornerbacks down, though, apparently. That's
right.
Exactly
that.
Not everybody feels the same about that play. I
No,
thought it was OPI.
They all pass interference. Oh, yeah, I see it. But I didn't think it was egregious.
Ryan, was it egregious?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. See, I'm the wrong guy to ask on that one because I'm a Packers fan, and so I can't answer that. I got to answer that as a fan because that play on Kevin King that ends that game, so Aaron Rodgers doesn't get the ball back, and rightfully so. Kevin King was holding on that play. But if you go back, like, they were holding the entire game, the Tampa Bay corners in that NFC title game. I had to post a picture on my Twitter today, like, oh, look at that. Tampa Bay benefits from another call because Alan Lazard, on the one interception Rodgers throws in that game, his jersey is just being ripped down. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that the league is rooting for Tom Brady or wherever he goes or anything like that, but doesn't it seem like he's always on the beneficial end of these calls?
Yeah, I agree, Ryan. I agree.
Ryan lost me a while ago. Ryan, never forget, Des caught it. Des caught the ball.
Hey, as a Packer fan, Des did catch it.
Okay.
And we didn't win a Super Bowl that year, so I don't care.
So, yeah.
That ain't true. That was the next week was painful, Ryan. I'm trying to play that back in my head now. That was the year.
Okay, let's not put Ryan through bad memories here. We're trying to.
That was the worst year of my life, guys.
Jeez.
Leo Jones delivered the people's elbow on him. And ran into Jensen. And I looked at my wife and I said, I got to go in the room and watch the end of this game. And she's like, I understand. That was painful.
Well, Ryan, what I remember, because I had no dog in the fight for that whole postseason because my poor Niners were nowhere to be found, is I remember that NFC at the very least, that postseason. Each loss for one of the losing teams was monumental, and it progressed over and over as the weeks went along. So if you remember, the first loss was Detroit lost the controversial game to the Cowboys in the wild card game. Then the Cowboys with the Dez Cottick game. Then the Packers lose to Seattle in the NFC Championship game. And then Seattle loses to the Patriots at the goal line.
You know what? I mixed up my years. That's right. So that wasn't the year that Atlanta blows them out. That was actually the worst day of my life. So listen to this.
Oh, geez. Sorry, Ryan.
I had to go to the Wisconsin Dells with my entire side of the family. And this is before me and my wife were actually married. She was my girlfriend at the time. And Packers have that huge lead, right? And all of a sudden, Mike McCarthy completely takes his foot off the gas. Eddie Lacy's nowhere to be found. They're running the ball with James Starks. Rodgers move out there. They have this big lead. Morgan Burnett has this big interception. Julius Peppers waves for him to go down. And I'm getting all these texts with all my buddies that are like, congratulations. And all my friends are Bears fans because I'm originally from Illinois. Everybody's like, congrats, man. You guys are finally going back to the Super Bowl. Rodgers is going to do it. And I kept telling everybody, I was like, shut up. Just shut your mouth. Do not do this to me. You're going to jinx it. And they did. And the game goes into overtime. Rodgers never even gets to touch the ball again. And I just had nightmares of Russell Wilson after that game, crying and thanking God. I honestly, God, I had to call off work for 3 days after that. I couldn't go to school. I couldn't do anything. It was the worst day.
That was a tough one. That was a tough one.
Do you want to Apparently, do you want to relive any more painful memories while you're here with us? Like maybe it'll help to just get it out.
Niners fans, okay. Colin Kaepernick rushing for 185.
Oh.
Clay Matthews.
How is that a painful memory, Ryan? I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
It was painful because every year that Aaron Rodgers fails to win another Super Bowl and Tom Brady wins another one, it's already decided who the GOAT is. And I think Rodgers is the more talented quarterback, and I'll die on that hill. But Brady, I want Brady with the ball in his hands the final 2 minutes of the game. I will say this, the two biggest bets I made, season win totals, I played it once, the 49ers over 10.5 wins.
I like that.
I went back and I played it again. I think the 49ers are legit Super Bowl contenders this year. I know that a lot of people like to rag on Jimmy, but the last time Jimmy was healthy, he took this team to the Super Bowl, and he completed, 11 straight balls in that game? I mean, I know he only had to throw the ball 8 times in the NFC title game, but I expect them to be able to pound the football, love Kyle Shanahan, and I think they're going to be much improved defensively with the return of Nick Bosa, too.
I like that, Kyle. Specifically this week, I think last time I checked, they were tied with the Rams, minus 7.5 over the Bears, but the Niners got the biggest spread with their minus 7.5 over the Lions. Do you see them covering that? Is that easy work, or should we stay away? What you think about that, Ryan?
So I know a lot of people. I got some buddies out in Vegas, and I've been making calls, and there's a lot of people that like the Lions to cover the 7.5. I completely disagree. I think the Lions will lose. I'm on their season win total under, and their win total is only at 5. I do not believe in Jared Goff without Sean McVay. He's not going to be there anymore to baby him. and he can't throw the ball down the field. I have no idea what's going on within the running back room, although I do like Jamal Williams. Their only strength is their offensive line. They're a mess defensively. I think the Niners are going to roll them. Maybe that's a sucker bet, but I do not see them winning by any less than 14 points.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Lions are terrible.
Ryan, but we appreciate you joining us and reliving multiple painful memories, and we completely understand if you hang up and call the bosses at BetQL and BetMGM and say, yeah, dude, never again. I'm never talking to those two again.
Next week we can hit on my parents' divorce in the third grade.
Oh my God.
We appreciate you, Ryan. Good luck this weekend, my man.
Ryan.
Thanks, boys. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Oh, that's good stuff. That's
funny.
good stuff. Ryan Vervelt, host of BetMGM Tonight and Odyssey Sports Betting Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. It's good to hear a Packers fan acknowledge that Dez caught the ball. I then once we all come to the realization he caught the ball, we can move on.
Even I can agree he caught the ball.
All right, let's step out. Let's regroup. I don't mean to laugh at Ryan's pain, because I can envision when I had a attachment to a team. I'm going to watch this alone. Like, I don't want to watch this with anybody. Like, I'm familiar.
You should have seen me after the Super Bowl.
I shouldn't have.
Reese, they all knew.
No, I
shouldn't
shouldn't
leave
have.
him alone for the rest. About maybe the week. Let's leave him alone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't leave you alone for the week after the Super Bowl, so I'm going to have to bear the brunt of it. If something goes, I hope so. We're going to be partying with Kyle Madson when he joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry, Jesse, I'm not used to having that read ready.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's enough. No, I have it. I don't have it. Like, I usually move the reads over. That one I just don't move daily, but I'll make sure.
It's all good. Get these people.
I got a
13th round.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
Yeah, you good. Oh, wrong one. There we go. 13th round in the building. What's going on, man? You already know what it is when it's 13th round time. You know, I always got to show love to my people at Meister watches, man. They always make them bomb face pieces, man. Meister, do your thing. This week, we got a little boxing. We've had a couple of weeks off. Now, I know they've had the zone cards and things of that nature. Let's be honest with you. Not really interested in anything that the zone's putting out right now. I'm just saying, I like boxing, so I'll watch it, but I'm not really interested. FS1 had a Sunday night card. That was okay, but it was no names. We got a name this weekend. We got a name tonight in Tucson, Arizona, as Oscar Valdez is in action for a 12-round defense against Robson. I'm not even going to mess with his last name. With a contender, okay, for Valdez's WBC junior lightweight title. I got to be honest with you, I never heard of the guy, the Robson guy before. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I know everything about him, but we all know that the Oscar Valdez is the story for this fight. Obviously tested positive for I want to be careful. I don't want to, say anything too crazy, but performance enhancing substances potentially, I guess. He said, his team said it was from herbal tea. He says he doesn't know how it got in there. A lot of controversy going on with this whole situation. The biggest being the fact that the WBC not only is allowing the fight to continue to go on, but there are no strippings of Oscar Valdez's title, no suspensions, even though he failed a drug test twice due to the VADA testing that they had in place. So some people are calling for a blackout of this fight. Don't watch it. Don't support it. I mean, I'm not really going to go there, but it's looking fishy. It's looking funny in the light. I can say that. It also looked funnier in the light yesterday when Valdez was having a hard time making weight. Just an interesting situation. Don't know how it's going to play out. I'm pretty sure he's going to win this fight, but yeah, they got to clean some stuff up with the WBC and in that Eddie Reynoso training situation, because right now it's looking funny. Also, catch Evander Holyfield on Saturday on Triller. Holla, 13th round. I forgot what that dude's name was, how to say it. I was saying it earlier, and I was like, I'm not gonna butcher it. Yeah, man, that's a killer, man. The Stephen Fulton fight was postponed. Brandon Figueroa. That was gonna be a good fight.
I think I'm gonna be late every day. I'm gonna come back and you're gonna be talking. What's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Oh, I gotta pod you up. Would you like to talk on this segment? I should pod you up.
No, I'll just sit here and be pretty.
You look great.
Thanks, man. So do you. Kenny, that jersey's clean as hell.
Kyle Madson, what's good, man? I couldn't even hear you. What'd you say, big dog?
I said your jersey's clean as hell.
Hey, man, I made the argument for a long time. Niners might have the best uniforms in football.
Yep. Yeah, they're good.
That white, it'd be popping. The red, I don't know what it is, but the white pops really hard on these road games, man. It'd just be so clean.
The Raiders AFL joints, the white with the silver numbers with the black outline.
Hang on, Kyle. And Kenny. Sac State hosts Northern Iowa this Saturday at Hornet Stadium. Coverage starts at 5:30 p.m. Kickoff at 6 o'clock on the home for Sac State football, ESPN 1320. We're also your home for 49ers coverage. We're your home for Kyle Madson, who joins us here from his broom closet at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco.
We're back.
One of the many jobs that Kyle Madson has. Of course, he's the Prince of Niners Wire and the co-host of Candlestick Chronicles. Your weekends are pretty much shot here for about the next 18 weeks or so, but are you excited? Are you optimistic for the 49ers upcoming season?
Yeah. I think the big caveat that everybody's had is as long as they're healthy, they're going to be good. Like they were in a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Their roster is arguably better now. They should be good as long as they can keep their best players on the field. You can write that down.
It's a good strategy. It's a really good strategy.
You guys can use that one. Yeah.
Keys to the game.
Kyle, you look at this team like you just talked about. The roster, in my opinion, is loaded. I even think in the secondary, the one question mark, or I feel like the one question mark you have with this roster, it's not even a fact of they don't have good starters there. It's the depth. You know what I mean? The starters are fine. Mm-hmm. Would you say that secondary is the one and only question mark to this team coming into the season, or do they have other units that you kind of look at and like, I need to see it from these guys?
Yeah, the secondary depth for sure is the biggest issue, and that's where it comes to staying healthy. It looks like Emmanuel Mosley's not going to play, so they're already going to be down a starter on the outside. He's officially doubtful. But if Jason Verrett stays on the field, Jason Verrett played like a Pro Bowler for the 13 games he played in last year. And if he can do that, they need average play from the other side. But on the other hand, it's a lot of question marks. So I agree. That's the biggest concern. Right guard is a problem potentially as well. Daniel Brunskill was the starter there last year. He's back. I think they were hoping to find somebody a little better to plug in there when they drafted Aaron Banks in the second round, but he hurt his shoulder and he wasn't really playing well to begin with. So those two things. And then at defensive end, like Nick Bosa's coming off the ACL. Dee Ford missed all of last year with the back injury. Samson Ebukam is a question mark in how he's going to transition to his new role as a defensive end instead of an outside linebacker. And then after that, it falls off a cliff. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not buying Arden Key. I'm at least not yet. He had a fine camp, but when he was going against starters in the preseason, he was running into a brick wall every time. So that's a little bit of a concern as well. But I agree with you, Kenny. It's that cornerback depth is, I think, number one in the list of issues this roster has.
Kyle Madson, the Prince of Niners Wire, with us here on Dealing with KC. We talk often about the positions of weaknesses. Where's their biggest position of strength?
I think it's their running back room. Their running back room is really, really deep this year. Last year, they had guys that you'd heard of, but Tevin Coleman wasn't good last year. Jerick McKinnon wasn't good last year. It was kind of Raheem Mostert and then everybody else. This year, it's Mostert. Trey Sermon figures to play a significant role. Elijah Mitchell, the 6th-round pick, looked really good in the last preseason game. He's running hard, which was a little bit of a question because he had lost some weight but he looked good. And then JaMychal Hasty obviously had a really, really nice preseason. So I think the running back room is going to be excellent, even if they sustain a couple injuries there. And then I like their linebacking core a lot. Like Fred Warner's just flat out one of the best linebackers in the game, arguably the best linebacker in the game. Dre Greenlaw is a really nice will linebacker, that number 2 linebacker that stays on the field at all times. And then Azeez Al-Shire does a nice job as the Sam linebacker. And they have a ton of athleticism there with Demetrius Flanagan-Foles and Marcel Harris. Their 2 backups are converted safeties, really good athletes. So I like their linebacking core as well.
Kyle, what's the deal with Jalen Hurd and this whole his spot on the roster? What's going to go on? How long Kyle is going to stick in there to see if he can respond? What is the deal with Jalen Hurd? Because right now, to me, as much promise as he may have, as hopeful as I and other people are about what he can contribute to this team, right now it just seems like he's taking up a roster spot.
Yeah, I think they want to he was a 3rd-round pick. If he was a 6th-round pick, he would have been gone probably 2 years ago. But he's a 3rd-round pick. I think they really believe in his talent. Kyle Shanahan called him one of their 6 best receivers. Like, they really believe in this dude. But ultimately, I don't know if you guys have heard this phrase before. The best ability is availability.
Never heard it. Never heard it.
Okay, that's a Kyle Madson original. You're welcome. You can take that.
Great stuff.
You're welcome. No, but that's the biggest problem. He looked okay when he was on the field, at least every time he's been on the field, his rookie season and then this year. I think one of their fears is, do you remember DJ Reed, the defensive back who played here and there, and then he had the chest injury? They waived him. They put him on waivers with a chest injury, hoping that he would convert to their IR, but the Seahawks picked him up. And then he wound up starting and being really good for the Seahawks last year. And I don't think they have enough depth at receiver. They didn't have enough good receivers in camp to justify cutting Jalen Hurd or waiving Jalen Hurd and seeing him get scooped up by the Seahawks and having him be dominant for them once he gets healthy. So I think that they learned a little bit from that. They were going to have a receiver inactive probably anyways. So you keep him on the roster. He'll be inactive this week. And then they're going to put him on IR. It sounds like he has to be there a minimum of 3 weeks. See if he can get right. See if he can get healthy, and back on the field and contributing at least a little bit. If he continues to be hurt throughout this year, I don't think he gets another chance next year. But I think they wanted to give him a 3rd season, see if he could recover from that ACL tear and contribute at least in the second half of the year and into the postseason.
Kyle Madson with us here on ESPN 1320. Since we're talking about Kyle Madson originals, can I applaud you for 2 recent Niners Wire article titles?
Oh,
One,
boy.
Jimmy Garoppolo takes it upon himself to name himself 49ers starting quarterback.
He did.
That's when you put the facts in the headline. Also, Trey Lance gets back to throwing footballs after finger injury. This is solid
You're
work.
welcome.
Nothing's better though. We discussed this in depthly the other day. There was nothing better than your article when you communicated with your cohorts around the USA Today platform here, where you asked them to predict their team playing the San Francisco 49ers and came back with what I think of, excluding the Chicago Bears, was a 4-12 record for the San Francisco 49ers. That was including
come on, man. How did the Lions
including a Texans victory?
Okay, look. The Texans Wire editor is a gentleman named Mark Lane. And Mark Lane is a very smart person. He is really good at his job. He has a ton of resources that he uses really well. But he got on my website and with his whole chest said that Davis Mills is going to be ready by then to beat the 49ers. Like, bro.
Just by show of hands, unless you're driving, for those that are watching, listening, just show of hands. Who knows who Davis Mills is? Just put your hands up if you know who the hell Davis Mills is.
You see my hand is down?
Yes, I do. Hell, even Kyle's hand is down.
He played quarterback at Stanford. And the only reason I know that is because he became this hot name at the tail end of the NFL draft. Oh, watch out for Davis Mills getting 1st-round consideration. No, he's not. If he had written, hey, mobile quarterbacks have given this 49ers defense some trouble. Tyrod Taylor, pretty good mobile quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
He might, be able to make some things happen, force a couple of turnovers if Jimmy Garoppolo is still a starter and they sneak out of there with a win. It would have been like, all right, I mean, whatever. But he said Davis Mills.
Jesus. Come on, man. Come on.
Bro.
So that's good stuff.
So that was wild enough. But look, man, anything can happen any given Sunday. But how did the Lions guy fix his fingers to type out the Lions are going to win week 1 against the 49ers?
17-16. Nail biter.
All right. So here's the case that I'll make for that. I wouldn't bet on this, but here's the case I would make for that. It's a 10 a.m. kickoff for the 49ers. 10 a.m. kickoff's always a little weird. It's a new coach for the Lions who, from what I hear talking to people who cover the Lions, the players love him. They love Dan Campbell. They love playing for Dan Campbell. So they're going to be fired up week 1. The Niners have no tape on this coaching staff. It's an experienced coaching staff. Despite the head coach being brand new, he surrounded himself with experienced coaches. It's a 10 a.m. kick. Lions fans are going to be fired up. It's their first full home game since 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So Lions fans are going to be fired up. And Jimmy Garoppolo stinks in season openers. Like, go look at his numbers against Minnesota in 2018, against Tampa Bay in 2019, and then against the Cardinals last year. He's not good in season openers. Like, he's a little bit of a slow starter. Mm-hmm. So he throws a couple of picks. The Lions get up early, and all of a sudden, it's 10-0 Lions at the end of the first quarter. I could see things getting a little dicey there. And I think, again, San Francisco ends up winning just because the talent disparity between their two rosters is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Tyrell Williams is their number 1 receiver. Like, that's crazy. He's their best player at that position. Mm-hmm. So the talent discrepancy is vast. They're going to be without Taylor Decker, their starting left tackle. So Penei Sewell, who struggled in the preseason, he's going to have to play left tackle. He's going to get Nick Bosa and Dee Ford and whoever they throw over there. So I think the Niners eventually pull that one out. But it wouldn't surprise me if it's a lot closer where we leave week 1 going like, what in the hell just happened?
I'd be surprised if we left week 1 saying what in the hell just happened. And like I said, I understand all this stuff about it's just one game. Anything could happen. 10 a.m. Just the old adage that the Lions, they don't know that they're not good yet. They got, it's 0-0. We can do any. I understand all that. Like somebody once told me one time when I was talking about how the Niners were going to beat their team or whatever. He's like, yeah, we're pretty good too.
Sure.
That's how I feel about the 49ers. Like, the 49ers aren't going to be like, oh, we just weren't ready to play. They're fired up to get the season started too. Like, they want to make a statement too. I think I would be surprised. Not saying it can't happen, but I'd be surprised at the end of the game on Sunday, we're saying, man, Niners just didn't look good.
Yeah, and I would, like I said, if I was forced to bet $1,000 on whether the 49ers cover the 8 or 8.5 or 9 or whatever it's up to, I would probably pick them to cover because Kyle Shanahan's whole thing is like, I'm going to find your worst player and I'm going to attack him with all my best players. The Lions have like a defense full of their worst players. It's not like, oh man, there's this one linebacker who really gives them trouble. Like, no, their whole linebacking core stinks. Mm. And Jeff Okudah is probably their best corner and he stunk last year. They're not super talented. And if the 49ers can keep from committing penalties and turning the ball over, they should win by, 3 touchdowns. But like I said, weird things happen week 1. There's all those kind of odd new coach, 10 a.m. kick, first game back for the home fans in Detroit. I could see where somebody could fix their fingers to type that it's going to be close.
Their fingers must be broken.
Kyle Madson with us from Odyssey Broom Closet in San Francisco. I do want to point out.
I was going to sit in Danny in San Francisco's office, but it's locked.
Oh, man, hater. And he knows we have this hit. What is he doing? I do want to point out for those who were with us last year at the start of the season, I'm not pressing buttons, just repeating stuff that Kenny said about the Cardinals last year. These are fresh takes regarding the Detroit Lions. They just sound eerily similar to the same things he said headed into week 1 last year.
To be fair, if the Niners don't lose George Kittle at half, they were up 10. They got a blocked punt and that led to a touchdown, and they lost their best player. So I guess if the Niners lose their best player against the Lions, yeah, they got a shot.
Dante Pettis and Trent Taylor were the starting wide receivers for the 49ers in that game.
That too.
Neither of them are on a team right now.
Ooh.
That's facts.
So,
Thanks.
like the fourth down pass from Jimmy Garoppolo went to Trent Taylor at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So there were a
Kenny
lot of
loves
things
Trent
that went
Taylor.
wrong. Trent Taylor's not good, bro.
And there's no DeAndre Hopkins on the lines.
There's not, unless you're a big Quintez Cephas fan.
Oh my gosh! Raise your hand
On Wisconsin.
Yeah, like you could just drop a random name. Like, is that a Lions player?
Hey,
Like that,
There's your sketch.
There's your next not Niners Wire article. You're welcome. Detroit Lion, or am I making this name up?
I've been studying this team all week, and he just dropped the name. I was like, who the hell is that?
Detroit Lion, Lion, or Detroit Lion, Lyin.
Nice. I see. That's why you're so much better at this stuff. Like, I try to be funny once in a while through text, and it always falls flat. And he comes back.
Your perfect thing today was great. Yeah, guys. Damien made a joke when we were talking about 218 still working. I was like, yeah, and he sent back perfect with a cat emoji. I was so proud of you for that super lame joke.
Kyle's a big cat guy. Awful. I hated myself. I showered immediately. It was just terrible.
Like I said, embrace the corny, and then it's no longer corny. Just be self-aware. You can never do anything wrong.
That's how I feel. I had Julio Jones as a running back for the Dallas Cowboys earlier. I mean, you just run with it. You just go along with it.
Yeah,
it's been there though. Been there.
I asked Kenny this earlier, so I'll ask you: are the 49ers primarily, or do you think the 49ers will primarily be a running team this year?
Yes, even more so if Trey Lance plays. They're going to run a lot.
Oh, okay.
They invested two draft picks in running backs after doing that 0 times between 2018 and 2020. They traded up to take a running back in the 3rd round in Trey Sermon. And then they drafted a second one in Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round. And they signed Wayne Gallman. Like they brought back Jermichael Hasty and had him playing a significant role in camp in the preseason. Like they wanted to revamp this room, because I think the plan is once Trey Lance is in, you're going to see them run a lot. Not because he's an incapable passer, but because of what Kyle Shanahan's going to be able to do. I mentioned he's really good at saying, I'm going to put my best player on your worst player, and we're going to take advantage. Well, when he can do that with a quarterback that can run, now all of a sudden a linebacker's eyes are following Deebo Samuel across the formation pre-snap, and then the ball gets snapped. Okay, now he's got Raheem Mostert to take care of. Okay, well, now Trey Lance is running out the backside. Who has the ball? Like, it's going to be a nightmare for defenses to defend. And we saw it in the NFC Championship game in 2020. If Kyle Shanahan doesn't have to throw the ball to beat you, he's not going to. Mm-hmm. He wants to run the football, and this team is built to run the hell out of the football.
Speaking of running the football and protecting the quarterback, any feel on how Mike McGlinchey looked in this training camp? As this is a huge, huge upcoming season for him.
Yeah, so Joe Staley was on our podcast on Candlestick Chronicles, and he is really close to Mike McGlinchey. Talked to McGlinchey a lot, and the way he framed it was McGlinchey was trying to be too perfect. And when he would have a bad play, it obviously sticks out like a sore thumb when you're a tackle and you miss a block. Mm-hmm. It stands out really bad. What doesn't show up is all the stuff he allows them to do in the run game, because he is objectively a really good run blocking right tackle. And I mentioned the 49ers want to run the ball. But Staley had mentioned that McGlinchey is getting away from that trying to be perfect and just trying to get the job done. Mm-hmm. Where if he has a bad play, he's not going to let it compound itself into more mistakes. So I don't think McGlinchey's ever going to be a dominant, like all-pro right tackle. And I think that, 15 years down the line, we're going to look and go, number 9 for that guy. But that said, if he can be an average pass blocker, he's always going to be an above average to elite run blocker. So I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to wind up earning an extension, even if there is a hiccup here and there in his pass blocking, because like I said, he is so good as a run blocker. And in theory, having a more mobile quarterback like Lance will cover up maybe some of those mistakes on the offensive line.
I love Trey Sermon, man.
He's a good player.
As Kyle Madson would say, I'm a big Trey Sermon guy.
Huge Trey Sermon guy.
Yeah, I think he's. I told Kenny that I think he winds up being the primary running back. Meaning, I think he winds up getting more carries than Raheem Mostert.
I could see that because he's more of a he's Deebo Samuel as a running back. I mean, exact same build, exact same running style. It wouldn't surprise me if at the end of the year he has more carries than Mostert, but Mostert is so explosive. And he turns he's the reason the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan don't have to necessarily throw the football, because he can create those chunk plays on the ground. Like he gets the corner, he gets north to south, and he's fast enough. He breaks tackles, and he can turn what a lot of running backs, maybe have 10, 12 yards. He turns that into 40 or 50 yards in a touchdown. Wow. And that's just something that not anyone else can do. I actually think Elijah Mitchell might get there eventually, but this year Mostert's going to be that guy. But Damian, to your point, I wouldn't be surprised if, 2nd and 2, it's Trey Sermon. Or goal line carries, it's Trey Sermon, because he's going to be that kind of more between the tackles, hard-nosed runner. Not that Mostert can't do that, but when you have another younger running back with fewer miles on him, you can use him, you're going to do it.
Raheem Mostert, I know in that third preseason game, it was the Niners 1s against the Raiders 2s and 3s or whatever. Well, but it looks different when Mostert starts running the football. Like exactly. it looks different. Now, me and Damian agree that I think Mostert is good for 12 to 15 carries in a game. Once you start getting past 15 carries, it could get dicey. He starts to break down and things of that nature. And that kind of goes to what you were talking about last year, when because the running back group wasn't as strong as it looks like it may be this year, he had to take on a bigger load. And that's just not who he is. It's probably why he was on 8 different teams or something like that, because he can't do that. He's a Porsche. You don't take the Porsche to go take stuff to the Goodwill and haul things around. You just take the Porsche out when you want to be flying flashy, and that's what Raheem Mostert is. Now, when you talk about that running back group, I want to talk about that again. Does it get more complicated when Jeff Wilson possibly comes back?
I wouldn't say complicated, because that if it's complicated, that means they have a fully healthy running back room in week 8, when he's kind of project 8, 9, 10. By the middle to end of the season, it means they have a fully healthy running back room, which they will take. And if they have to squeeze Jeff Wilson Jr. in there, they will. But I don't think that would be a huge problem, because it's like, hey, here's a running back who had a really nice year last year with fresh legs to insert into the lineup, late in the season when a lot of guys have tired bodies. And at that point, like I said, let's assume everybody's healthy. You're going to know who's productive and who's not. And if everybody's productive, okay, you figure it out then. But the chances that they have 4 guys who are all playing, who are all super productive and are all healthy is pretty slim. So maybe it gets a little dicey at some point, but I don't think we're going to see Wilson until end of October, maybe into November or possibly later. And like I said, by then, it's just the nature of the NFL. You're not going to have a fully healthy running back room with 4 guys playing at a high level at that point.
So we'll ride on this one, Kyle. I asked your man Chris Biederman yesterday. Chris, of course, joins the show all of the time here on ESPN 1320. I asked him if he thought Trey Lance was going to start a game this year. I ask you, is Trey Lance going to start a game this year?
Yes, because I don't have any reason to believe that Jimmy Garoppolo can play 17 games.
Okay.
That's it. If Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy, I think he starts 17, because I think the leash is going to be longer than we think it is. I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be. He throws a pick and it's done. Lance is a starter now. I think the leash is going to be relatively long. I really think that Lance is not as ready as they would like him to be. And I don't know how much more ready he's going to be able to get throughout the course of the season. I think they want him to have a whole season, get him those, 5, 6, 8 snaps a game, however many it is, and then give him another full off season to absorb the playbook, to get some workouts in, to get bigger, to get stronger, and then go into next season as the QB1. But every piece of evidence we have says that Garoppolo is probably going to get hurt at some point, even if it's for a game or two. And at that point, they would absolutely turn to Trey Lance. They're not starting to Nate Sudfeld. So, yeah, I would say yes, but not because of performance from Garoppolo.
Interesting.
Real quick, Kyle, in like 10 seconds or less, I got yes or no questions for you. Number one, is Trent Sherfield a real player, a real bowler?
Yes.
Number two, Javon Kinlaw, do we see him week 1 and is he healthy? Okay.
Number 3.
Yes on Sherfield, no on Kinlaw.
You want to come back here next Friday?
I guess.
Number 4, you want to come back here every Friday?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Number 5, you want to be a part of the best Niner coverage in Sacramento?
Yeah. As long as I'm here on Fridays, I will be. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, my man. Kyle Madson, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Kyle, we appreciate you for coming back with more 49ers coverage. We're getting ready for week 1, and we've got Kenny's Picks on the way on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. And we're clear.
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah.
Kyle, this is my chance to get a little break, but it's always good to see you, big dog. Always good to see
you.
Yeah,
you too, bro. I got to run, too. I got to train.
Yeah, go do your thing. Thanks, Kyle.
All right, boys. Really looking forward to next week. See you guys.
Yeah. All right. Be well. Kyle Madson. Go ahead, man. I got you.
Let's go.
Let's farm a little graphic. I was let me not start until the graphic pops up. Bang. So I was doing a little reading into the AEW ratings that got some attention in the wrestling world yesterday. And it was a lot of talk about 18 to 49, measuring the Wednesday audience versus the Monday audience, measuring, we're so like desperate to create this wrestling war again. Like I hate this constant, like trying to rekindle something, trying to rekindle the war of the past. Like there's no reason to, I guess it's a barometer. And I know Chris Jericho's feeding into it. And I love Chris Jericho's online persona for the most part. And he was talking about, I think he had said one day, in 4 to 6 months, the way that AEW is trending, like I think Dynamite can beat the Raw audience with the way that the Raw audience is going and the way that the Dynamite audience is going. I think that that we could do this in the next 4 to 6 months. And then he finds that article, quote tweets it, and says, "Oh, it turns out it only took 4 to 6 days as the fallout from All Out brought in a massive audience for Wednesday's show." But we don't have to measure. We can't measure it against Monday. And really, last week was probably the last Monday you could realistically measure the two programs against each other. It was the last time you could realistically measure Raw versus Dynamite because football starts. And I'm the first one to say, yo, Vince, Bruce, Nick, football fans aren't watching wrestling and wrestling fans aren't watching football. You're probably not going to lose a big audience, but if there is even some semblance of a casual fan, you're probably going to lose them. And WWE knows that. It's why they've changed the structure of Monday Night Raw. It's why oftentimes main events aren't main events anymore. They're not the last match on. They're not in the final block of that third hour. But we don't have to rekindle the so-called Monday Night Wars. We don't have to do that. We've got two separate brands here doing very good things on completely separate nights. The thing with WWE and WCW that was so unique, or WWF and WCW that was so unique, is that they were on the same night. And you got to remember when Nitro came out the gate, and credit to Eric Bischoff, because this was brilliant. Nitro started on a night that Raw was preempted. So they had the wrestling, they had a group of wrestling fans that were used to watching wrestling on a Monday night, not getting the product that they normally watch, so they were able to watch a different wrestling product. Brilliant strategy by Eric Bischoff. But remember, too, that WCW came hot out the gate. Like, what AEW is doing is awesome because it's building and it's trending up. And that's great. But let's not compare it to what WCW and WWE did back in the day when there's significantly more wrestling fans watching the product, when there were significantly more limited ways of watching wrestling. And WCW came hot out the gate. People talk about the 83 weeks, how Eric Bischoff's got the whole 83 weeks because it was 83 weeks in a row. But Nitro beat Raw plenty of times before that streak started. It was competitive out the gate. What AEW is doing right now is completely different, and WWE is going to have to react to that. And we're back.
Hey. Oh, I'm not even hooked up.
So, let me fade that down. We're coming back here. Oh, man. Man, this is brutal news out of the WNBA. Breanna Stewart out the rest of the regular season. She's going to be reevaluated ahead of the postseason after suffering a left foot injury. That's tough for Breanna Stewart. That's really tough for Seattle because Seattle is rolling right now. Seattle's been rolling for the last 2 years.
That's facts.
That's a good ball team right there. I'm not sure. Kenny has disconnected himself ahead of the 49ers and the Lions. Kenny has gone silent. This is a tragic moment in the broadcast, as I can see Kenny. For those who are watching on the stream, he's lost. He's confused. He's not sure what to do. But something is unplugged. There is no sound. Oh, this is a shame. This is a shame on the eve of the start of the 49er season. Oh, he had so many hot takes. I am about to fire off some predictions right now. They're going to infuriate my partner, and he's not going to be able to react. He's not going to be able to say a thing. For those on the stream, they got to be laughing a little bit because all they see is Kenny tapping the mic, wondering like, yo, what's the deal? I got you, baby. I think you.
I'm back.
I think you here. Did you? Now, be honest with us. Did you forget to plug it back in?
No, it was okay. Sophomore class. Just relax here. It was in the wrong hole. Okay.
All right.
I mean,
okay, just drop it.
Just
what it
was.
You see, clearly. Okay, that's the last thing we needed to set the chat off after the week that the chat has had. The chat's this close to restriction.
The chat is wild.
I closed them. I've closed them for like 2 straight hours.
Them boys are wild in there today.
They're their own show. They're having fun. Bar us from interfering with their fun. We're just background noise to the chat. But we love being with you, whether it's on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, of course, the Odyssey app and 1320 AM. Want to remind you, Chris Webber, Yolanda Griffith, Rick Adelman, they are going into the Hall of Fame this weekend. We had a tremendous conversations with both Rick Adelman and Yolanda Griffith shortly after it was announced they were going in the Hall of Fame. And you can hear those conversations at your own convenience at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We've got them right up there on the front page for you. The video conversation that we had with Yolanda and, of course, our conversation with Rick Adelman as well. Those are ready for you whenever you want to check them out and easily accessible. You could have dug them up on the podcast. That would have taken forever. We got you. You're all set. youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to hear those.
Yeah, man. Those are to me, some of the favorite moments from the first year of D-Lo and KC talking to those people on this show, man.
Moment of honesty.
Yeah.
I was a little bit nervous when we lined up Rick.
So you're a little more, and you can tell me why, but you're a little more experienced. You kind of know the ins and outs. I didn't know till afterwards about how it was kind of rare. To have Rick. And when we had him in, it was so easy and seamless. It was like, I know you and other people were like, oh, okay. So it's just like that, huh?
That's what it was.
Sure this is Rick Adelman we're talking.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. Because like when we like you don't like you're not going to say no. No, we don't want to talk to Rick Adelman. Of course we do. But as soon as we booked it, one, the sketchy nature in which it was booked, and like a text at like 5:30. Yo, we got Rick Adelman. Like word, like confirmed. Yep. So I could promote it. Yep. Okay. All right. Like before the show starts, Danny in San Francisco's name pops up on my phone, and his voice is and I'm thinking, jeez. So he lays into, we confirmed Rick. We haven't heard from him since, it was like Sunday afternoon or something. And I think it was Tuesday, like we might've done the interview.
Yeah.
Or I think it was Tuesday. We haven't heard from Rick since Sunday, but I sent him a text message. I've tried to call him. We think he's, we think he's coming on. Like we're pretty sure he's coming on. I was like, all right, well, we'll just have some fun with it. And at some point, I think an hour before Rick joined us, we got the Rick is confirmed message. And so at that point, it kind of shifted, was like, okay, we've promised an interview. We're going to be able to deliver on it. God, I hope he wants to talk. And then I told you, like, as soon as we started talking and said congratulations, and you could just hear, you just heard it in his voice. I was so like, in that instant, I was like, oh, we got something. When you have like a good guest, when you're doing a good interview, like, like right out the gate. Mm-hmm. I knew as soon as Rick started talking, oh, this means something to him. We're in good shape right here. This is going to be fun. Yeah,
it was a lot of fun talking to Rick, reliving, and then also hearing just his outlook on the game. I remember he would talk about how he would adjust what he wanted to do that team just basically based on the personnel. You know what I mean? He's like, I think it was Yao he was saying. Yeah. He was like, I like to get up and down the court, but that Yao means
right.
What am I going to do with that? And he was smart enough and understood people enough and understood a group of players enough to be like, I'm going to take a step back from what I'd like to do what's best for the team and what can make us more successful. And honestly, I don't feel like you hear that a lot. I feel like you hear a lot of people saying, this is my system and I like to get guys from my system, and they're stuck with that no matter what. But that was an impressive revelation.
Even greater about that, or more impressive about that, was Portland and Sacramento. Mm-hmm. Not the same, but similar. Mm-hmm. They were similar in what they could do. They were similar in their makeup. So there probably wasn't, and this isn't like a means to diminish him. It's meant to credit him. There probably wasn't a ton of adjusting for Adelman and his staff to do with Portland to Sacramento, but Sacramento to Houston is where it was like, okay, this is a little bit different because we've got this massive 7-footer here that we can run everything through.
Yeah. Enshrinement on Saturday, you said, right? Saturday. On a Friday night, so they changed it up a little bit. I wish it was on a Friday night.
I'll double check that. I went to NBA.com earlier when you mentioned that's tonight, right? I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. But yeah, it's tomorrow. The Yolanda interview is great. That just you could go check that out. Like that was dope. And
it's like,
she was comfortable as hell.
Like, that's what I was just about to say. That I was about to say the history of yourself and Yolanda and how you guys go back and you were around in them glory years. I mean, you could tell we was really just on the couch talking to Yolanda. We just, hey, what's been going on? Like that was a joy. Yolanda Griffith, I enjoyed watching her play so much. And then when you also talk about, we talked about in that interview, the connection that the Kings and the Monarchs had, and how they kind of ended up having the same build as a team, and ended up playing the same way with Jay Will and Chris and her and Pinichero. That was basketball nirvana. I felt like.
Oh, for sure.
To see both of those franchises playing the way they were, and to have her who lived through it and was in it on both sides go down memory lane like that, man, that was dope.
And what's great too, like even more, for Yo and Tisha to make that top 25 list, that WNBA 25 list. What's really amazing about that is like they're acknowledged as two of the greatest players in the league's history.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They weren't superstars. How Tisha wasn't a massive superstar in the league is beyond me. Yeah. But she's not. The WNBA has a very Vince McMahon feel to it, and that they find people they like to push. They like to they find their Roman Reigns, right? They find their John Cena. They give him the push. Yeah. Tisha never got that push, but meanwhile, she's out here like everybody listening, I'm positive, has seen the J. Will Tisha compilation video. It's one of the greatest, other than D-Lo and KC, it might be the best thing on YouTube. Like it is just, it's incredible. And it's like, yo, y'all didn't market Tisha as a star?
That's crazy.
What
that's
are y'all
crazy.
doing? And
Yo, think about.
Yo, when Yo was with us, she was all smiles. She wouldn't use the word. I had to use it, but she talked about being a grandma now. She talked about the glory. Yo, she, again, all smiles and laughs. 97, 98, she wasn't smiling and laughing. She was about that business. That story, yo, I remember that day vividly where they asked her to do a photo shoot before the 2006 WNBA Finals with Cheryl Ford. Mm-hmm. And they were going to be tugging on the WNBA trophy. And Yo was like, you got to be effing kidding me. I'm trying to win this championship, and y'all got me out here doing photo shoots for the television network. And of course she did it. I don't know that they did the tug of war thing, but she wanted no part of that. But it's good to see. It's good to see that after all of these years, despite the fact that she isn't the person at the forefront of all of these interviews, they still acknowledge her as one of the greatest players that the league ever saw.
A Hall of Famer, man. A Hall of Famer.
Indeed. Officially tomorrow. And of course, Chris Webber, who we didn't get the opportunity to talk to, but don't think we're done pursuing that, because there's a lot that we want to talk to Chris about, including Jason mentioned this yesterday. I want to talk about his cannabis business and all that he's got going on in his education in that department. So Chris is doing big things outside of broadcasting and outside of basketball. That's what we want to talk to him about.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll continue to work on that. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 to check out those videos. You listen to D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We thank you so much for hanging out with us, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or on the Odyssey app or 1320 AM, as the football season got underway last night with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers winning their 9th game in a row, their first game of this season. You can't go 20-0 unless you go 1-0. And ESPN is all over 20-0. They're all over 17-0. They're all over Brady playing till he's 50. Brady is the greatest of is the headline this morning when I turned on at 5:10. Could this be Brady's best season ever? Wow. After one game, and I can't knock it. Like, I get it. Content. And we mentioned Antonio Brown. Man, Gronk looked all right last night, too.
Gronk looked good last night.
Boy, them old boys was out there getting it.
Yeah, Gronk looked good. But I mentioned it earlier, and I'll say it again. People in the chat didn't like that I said this.
Before you say it, because I know what you're going to say, I want to say one more thing about Brady, because it's over after you say what you're about to say. He's the greatest I've ever seen. What he's able to do on a week-to-week basis, and you can't discount the fact he's 44 freaking years old. I'm sorry to the 49er fans out there or the Packer fan or whatever. Tom Brady is the greatest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's just incredible what he does.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's an overreaction. It's just, I'll say it again next week and the week after. Like, yo, Antonio Brown's career was over. Figuratively. Gronk's career was over. Literally.
Yeah.
Those guys had over 200 yards yesterday. That's crazy. Dude, that's wild.
He's got the game on lock, man. He's got the game mastered. He's got the game figured out to a T. And there's nothing that it feels like there's nothing anybody can do about it. As far as like his performance, like it's just going to be that either age catches up or he gets hurt or something like that. But you're not going to trick him into anything.
Age ain't catching him. Father Time is losing for the first time in history. Father Time is losing 2 battles at the same time. We were talking about Father Time is undefeated. No. Father Time's got 2 L's right now, because no matter what happens with Tom Brady, like Tom Brady has defeated Father Time. He's 44 years old in the NFL. You know, the other one is number 23 in Los Angeles. I guess he's number 6
Back
in Los
to 6
Angeles.
again. Yeah.
LeBron James.
No slowing down.
Those none. Like those guys are and even if LeBron slows down like this much, just like a microcosm, he's still great. Now I want to point out with Brady, Dallas's defense is trash.
Yes.
And I want Gronk, Antonio Brown, everything we saw yesterday, they're trash. I want to be fair to the entire story, but I marveled at watching Tom Brady yesterday. Go ahead, piss everybody off.
Well, I won't piss everybody off just yet.
Okay, good.
I'll ask you another question.
Okay.
Did you see any of Michael Irvin Mondays?
They lost me, bro. They did. Like not Mike and Steve. The show as a whole has lost me.
No,
I didn't see it. I did not
see any of the live broadcast, but
I sure as hell won't be watching on Fridays.
No, hell no. But a clip was circulating of they had a conversation between who's the best GOAT, I think that's what it was, or who's the like number one. And it was Jordan versus Brady. Okay. And I think Stephen A was saying, Jordan, it's Michael Jordan, and Michael Irvin made the argument that Jordan he wasn't number 1, but he was number 3 picked. His greatness was kind of like it wasn't a shock. Brady, I think he said was 190th pick or something like that. For him to be the greatest of all time, that's greater. And I sat there and I said, that's a good argument. That's a pretty good argument. I don't.
Can I counter?
Sure, because I don't agree, but it's a good argument.
Sure, but I would counter, and I don't know that I would argue one over the other. Obviously, just so incredibly different. Like Brady references the greatest of all time, never even references the greatest football player of all time.
Right.
But Tom Brady didn't change the league. Tom Brady didn't change the NFL nor the perception of the NFL. He's been the face of the NFL for the last 20 years, you could argue. But he didn't change football. He didn't change the way football was presented. He didn't change anything about the game that he played. Jordan did.
Yeah.
Jordan changed everything about the game he was playing. You could talk about his greatness being preordained because of what he did at North Carolina and the fact that he was taken at number 3, and you could have predicted it or all of that different stuff. Maybe you couldn't have predicted the greatest of all time, but you could have predicted a great player. I don't know that you could have predicted someone who would start the seismic shift that happened with that league that's led it to where we are today with the NBA.
When you say that, something came into my head here, and I know this might be looked at as shade towards Tom Brady, and that's why I want to ask the question, and maybe I'm just completely off. Do you think kids grow up wanting to be Tom Brady? Because you say he's the face of the NFL.
Well, and that's a stretch, and I get it. That's a stretch because I don't think a face of the NFL is a real thing. But
yeah, I think it's pretty much on though. But I've never been, and once again I could be off. Maybe I'm just not a football guy like that. I've never been super intrigued and excited to watch Tom Brady.
Is there a
Once again, doesn't take away from his greatness. Obviously,
I got you.
He is what he is, but I don't know if I can see kids, and he's not there yet. I can see kids saying, "Well, in the backyard and be like, y'all want to be like Mahomes."
Right.
Like,
So I was going to use the example, and I hope I'm talking about the football player, Mike Vick.
Yes,
I want to do what, but you run around. You're Tom's not flashy,
right?
Like Tom. Kids, Tom is a basic bitch. Right?
Jesse, we got a new show. Title for the show.
But he's flawless. Like he does the most basic, he does the most basic functions of a quarterback flawlessly.
Yeah.
He's not a show. He's not throwing under. Patrick Mahomes nearly completed this pass. He's not doing that stuff. He's not running around. He's not doing that. He's being a quarterback and he's doing it flawlessly.
Tom Brady is Tim Duncan.
There you go. Okay.
Tom Brady is Tim Duncan.
Okay.
Well, doesn't mean they're not great, but nobody's lining up to see.
No one's going 3, 2, 1. Timmy. Nobody's doing that. Like no. I got you. No, I think that's a fair comp.
But and obviously Mike Vick isn't on the level of Jordan or Tom Brady. It's like Allen Iverson was. Everybody wanted to be AI, but he's not on that level. I wonder what it looks like when Tom Brady's gone. Because I feel like there might be a lot of people like myself.
The NFL?
It
looks exactly the same.
But if he's the face, like there's nothing exciting about.
So
and they're on all the time and they're promoted all the time.
Third era of the third. That's third era of the day. So I'm out.
Uh-oh.
I don't think there's a true face of the league. There's not there's LeBron. There's not, that doesn't exist in the NFL, and that's by design. But I don't know that there's a more mainstream player in the NFL than Tom Brady. And a lot of that has to do with his supermodel wife, his wins. He does great on show like the Today Show or the in any of those shows that are outside Sports Center, that are outside sports. Like he could do really well on those.
Right.
Let's go to the phone lines a little bit. 916-349-1320. I love Poker Pro Eric the caller. I absolutely love. Yeah, Poker Pro Eric the caller is fantastic. Love having him on. Poker Pro, what's good, baby?
Man, what an intro. I don't know what to say after that. Thank you. But I'm actually in the drive-thru right now. I'm heading home from the gym. So breaking news. Poker Pro Eric has a new home gym. It is Crunch Fitness. Not promoting them, but man, they're
I was about to say they don't pay us, Eric. So let's just
Poker Pro got his own endorsement.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you found a new gym.
Poker Pro got an endorsement. He's like, I'm gonna call 1320 and give you a shout out. Can I get a?
I'm gonna get my sponsors. Thank you all the sponsors.
That's how big the chat house has gotten, man. They're getting their own sponsors. Hell, John's already got the McQueen sponsor.
Hey.
That's true. Hey, but hopefully they don't hear about hopefully they don't listen to 1320 over there and find out about my past at the gym. So,
or they stay out of the chat.
Yeah, stay out of the chat, please. But can we also talk? I heard Kenny talked about the GOAT, and GOAT totally means greatest of all time. And I one of my pet peeves obviously is if you manage to stay healthy. One of the other ones is you don't do GOATs from other sports compared to each other. Tom Brady and Jordan are not rivals. They never played against each other. They don't play the same sport. Tom Brady's the GOAT of football. Now, I used to think maybe Rice or Montana.
He's not the GOAT of football.
Tom Brady has done for how many years the longevity of domination where nobody thought he was going to win our Super Bowl. Nobody. I mean, even if you're a Bucs fan, you're hoping he gets the Super Bowl last year. But realistically, at 43, you're not counting on it. So what he did last year, and now I think it's 7. I don't know how many he has.
He has 7. Yeah.
That is such a big amount, and to get there multiple times other and still lose, which is fine too, because you got there. I think 10 Super Bowls. There's no debate in football anymore. I'm not even a Brady fan per se, but he is the face of the league, and you can say it now that there are women in every part of the country that if you ask them, hey, Tom Brady's like, yeah, he's in the NFL. I watch him on the Super Bowl every year. He's still the face of the league. He's still a dominant player. Last night was amazing. He's the GOAT of football. Basketball, you can debate, but I don't think we can have a GOAT from every sport, honestly. And I guess I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Sure.
Who's your GOAT of baseball? I'll hang up on that.
We appreciate you. That's easy. It's Barry, and I don't even think you disagree with that.
The GOAT of baseball. Very easy. And Tom Brady's not the GOAT of football. He's the most accomplished. Once again, there's a difference.
So who is it? Jerry?
It's Jerry. Jerry is so far and away better than anybody that's ever done what he did at that position.
Tom's not?
No.
Really?
No.
Are you sure?
He's the most accomplished.
Well, isn't that what?
I'm just saying, Jerry, the numbers say.
Yeah.
I don't think
I get
numbers.
what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah.
I feel like Tom's got some numbers, though.
He got some numbers for sure.
I know Drew Brees owns all these different records. I think, Favre might be holding on to a couple here and there. Peyton has some. Patrick Mahomes probably going to break them all. I don't know. I don't want to get caught up in the moment. It's week one. I didn't mean to derail everything. I felt like this during the Super Bowl too, by the way. Like, it's not, I felt like this before. It's just, I watch him and I go, every year he gets older and he just keeps doing this. It really is incredible.
No, it really is. It absolutely is. I mean, what he's able to do. And he didn't look much different last night. Like, it was just same time that we've seen for the last 10, 15 years.
And he just, I couldn't help but marvel at it. Daniel, we don't want to lose you, but we don't want to cut you short either. Hang tight, Daniel. I promise we're going to get to you right after the break. You want to get in on the phone lines for the final 40+ minute stretch here of the show. We're going commercial free till the top of the hour. No need to go anywhere. We've got you covered. It's D'Lo and KC here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
He had the cheat though.
Yeah. So can we also point out like, if you're still talking about Tom's diet, you're playing yourself. Like, all of he's gonna go make a rhubarb souffle. Like, shut the fuck. Like, dude, what do you bro, come on. Like, he's been doing this for like a decade. Stop it. Like, we all know he has a diet. Like, it's fine. Y'all talk about it more than he does. I don't even know that I've ever heard Tom talk about his diet. Like, heard him talk about it. I know he did the book and that whole gimmick, but it's not like he goes into interviews and wants to talk about, hey, eat an avocado sandwich, but don't use bread. You make an avocado sandwich with 3 avocados. Like, hey, come on, man, stop it.
Hell, he's a spokesperson for Subway.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's in the Subway commercials.
Yikes. I don't know that I'd do that, but
there's a good point here, Pluto. I mean, I can understand that point. You can't deny it.
Someone check with Trey Young and see what he says. Trey brought up the Drake. Yeah, you get where I'm going in. Check him.
I wonder who Trey would say is the best football player of all time, though. He'd probably say Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, I don't know that he'd be wrong. Poker Pro Eric with a Fitness 19 next. I've seen that's funny. I've seen Serena and I've seen Steph. I guess I just haven't seen Brady.
Yeah, they keep cutting Steph out. Like, that's the bit. Like, Steph is like, all right, let me tell you about Subway. And then Serena jumps in there. And then Megan Rapinoe jumps in there. And then they're like, go ahead, Steph, finish it off. And then Steph is like, and then Tom Brady jumps in there.
Oh, that's great. That's a hell of a lineup, man. Jeez.
Tell me about it.
Is there someone else? Oh. Yeah, we'll get him. We'll get him.
What was the last time we talked on Monday? It's been about 3 days.
Yeah, we got him.
So, Tiger Spot, this is a hot take by me. I don't think Muhammad Ali is the greatest boxer of all time. I actually have him third on my list. Muhammad Ali would beat the brakes off of Mike Tyson. Beat the brakes off. Mike Tyson, Damien, you lived it. You're smart. I can make an argument that Mike Tyson might be the most overrated athlete of all time.
Oh, I would argue that to the death.
Mike Tyson was a comet in the sky. And he didn't fight no greats. I'll tell you that. He fought Leon Spinks. He didn't fight no greats. I'm not sure. I'm sure because the Boxing Hall of Fame is something different. He might have fought some Hall of Famers. There's a lot of guys you've never heard of in that Mike Tyson lineup. A lot of them. Muhammad Ali would beat the brakes off Mike Tyson. It would be nasty. Be nasty. But
this always happens.
That's why I'm laughing.
Something slanderous happens during a commercial break. And it's
I ain't afraid to say it in the public.
This Saturday, Sac State hosts Northern Iowa at Hornet Stadium. Coverage starts at 5:30 p.m. Kickoff at 6 on the home for Sac State football here on ESPN 1320. I'll get to what you just said on the stream on YouTube and on Twitch in just a second. A couple of people have been kind enough to wait for us here at 916-349-1320. Let's start with Daniel. Daniel, appreciate you, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys. I love your show, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
man.
brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hey, we were just I was having a conversation with my friend. He's a Giants fan. I think when you're talking about the GOAT, all I do is I think it just takes a little bit of thinking, especially if you're a little bit older like us. I got to see all of Joe's career, and of course all of Brady. I think if you put Brady back in Joe's era, he lasts about 3 or 4 seasons. All you got to do is go look at that Jim Burt hit.
God!
Imagine Brady taking that hit. No way. He doesn't survive that hit. He survives about getting hit on the helmet. Brady would not last.
See, now you're jumping out the window there, Daniel. I would not say he would not last or he lasts 3 or 4 years. Can't say that. But I understand what you're saying.
And I also think Tom takes advantage of the rules. Like Tom's LeBron, Kobe calling for a call. We appreciate you, Daniel, man. Thanks for the call and thanks for the love. We're glad you're digging the show, man. We really appreciate you. We know Mitch is digging the show. 916-349-1320. Mitch, how you feeling today, buddy?
Hey,
Mitch better have my money.
Hey, Mitch, I got to ask you before you get started. I know you're digging the show. We love that you call in. Are you digging what happened at Wrigley Field today?
It's good show. All right, you guys up now 3. I know. It's time to start resting their starters. I mean,
are you conceding?
It's like a co-ed team that they started yesterday.
Mitch, are you conceding? What are you conceding?
I wouldn't think on going forward if they got to play a 1-game series with all these wild cards. In one game, they're going to be banking on one guy to pitch a great and somehow they hit. But I just want to say, with Tom Brady, they should call that the Tuck rule. You call it Tom Brady rule. It reminds me, Satchel Paige, Nolan Ryan, George Brandon, and I think you guys say Nolan Ryan was the best out of 4.
Mitch, did you go to high school with Big Al? What the hell just happened? Oh, Mitch.
Oh,
boy,
man,
D'Lo and KC.
Mitch, man.
D'Lo and KC, we're big into retirement homes, boy. I tell you. Mitch conceded the Dodgers season. I don't want to let that.
They got to start resting their starters.
He went no mas.
I'm gonna tell you like this. Though. And for those who don't know, you guys should know this right now. If the Giants are playing, we're not going to say a word, okay? But the game is over. Giants won 6-1 in Chicago, a big 7th inning. Evan Longoria with the 2-run jack. That boy Brandon Belt with another 2-run jack, and that created that separation. Giants are now up 3 games. Dodgers against the Padres this weekend. I'm looking here at a possible opportunity. We can come back on Monday, Damian, and realistically,
Oh boy.
Giants could have a 5. No, it would be 5.5, 4.5. I think it'd be 4.5 game lead. If they win tonight, it'd be 3.5. If they split tomorrow, it'd still be 4.5 game lead going into Monday. Because I could see the Padres taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, especially if they quit the way Mitch said.
That was so good. Mitch is like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know where Mitch was going with that. Again, I think him and Big Al got together and were like, let's map this thing out here.
But with Mitch and with Daniel, here's another reason why I look at Jerry Rice as being the GOAT. And it's no fault of Tom Brady or any of these guys. We can't deny that the game is played and officiated different in this era than it was back then. The game today, and Brady's still the greatest quarterback of all time, but the game today is swayed heavily towards protecting the quarterback and towards offense. Every advancement in the game in the last 20 years has been how to get more scoring, how to get more offense. Jerry and Joe, and once again, I'm not saying Joe Montana is greater than Tom Brady. I've conceded that a long time ago. But what Jerry was able to do in his time, which wasn't a super offensive time, like throw the ball around, all this other stuff, and with what the defense was allowed to get away with if you're coming across the middle and doing things of that nature, it's a different game, man. If Jerry was playing today, I think he'd be even more of a problem.
Jerry thinks he can play today, and I'm not 100% convinced he's wrong.
I mean, Jerry might be better than Trent Taylor.
Unnecessary shots at Trent Taylor. Probably not.
Sorry, Trent.
Probably not wrong, but still unnecessary to point out the obvious.
Can I just bug you a quick second though? Can I?
Well, you were doing it during the commercial break. You might as well do it now.
That's all I was saying. So during the break, we had the conversation because the show never stops on ESPN 1320 on YouTube and on Twitch. And we were talking about GOATs and all this other stuff. GOATs isn't like the greatest of all time, not GOATs. We weren't talking about GOATs. And somebody was like, Ali is the greatest of all time, period, of all athletes. And I said, I can make the argument, and I believe it's not even making an argument. This is my own personal pound for pound all-time list. And I don't even go back to the Sugar Ray Robinson stuff. And I'm talking from like 1960 to today, the current time. Mm-hmm. I said, Muhammad Ali's not even number one boxer of all time for me. He's not number one. And then Jesse asked the question. He said, do you think Muhammad Ali could beat Tyson? And I said, Muhammad Ali will beat the brakes off of Mike Tyson. And I went even further and Anger Damon, as you see him just seething right now on the YouTube and on the Twitch. I said, I can make the argument Mike Tyson was kind of overrated.
Okay. Now let's be fair. I think what you said, and we'd have to run it back, is you could make the case Mike Tyson is one of the most overrated athletes of all time.
I did say that. No,
okay, thank you. Yeah. That's a lot different than I can make the case he's a little overrated. What you said during the commercial break was significantly harsher, though I think both are wrong. You're the boxing aficionado. Your argument is they didn't fight anybody. I don't disagree with you.
Fight anybody.
Right. I don't disagree with you about Muhammad Ali, by the way, because I simply just look at George Foreman. He beat George Foreman. If he could beat George Foreman, I think he could beat Mike Tyson. I don't know that he'd beat the brakes off of him, but I think he could beat Mike Tyson.
Off of Mike Tyson. It would be a clinic.
Okay. Tell me why Mike is overrated.
Because Mike was a comet in the sky. And you know what I mean by that.
No, I don't.
So when you say, so stars last forever. Stars are there for a long, long, long time. Comets, you just see them go across the sky real quick. And it's like, whoa, that's amazing. And they're gone. That's what Mike was. Mike was a comet. Mike was amazing. And I lived through it too. Mike Tyson, it was like, yo, you have to see Mike Tyson. This guy is amazing. And I think he was the youngest heavyweight champion of all time. Nice. He has some accolades and things of that nature. But after about 2-3 years, he was gone.
Didn't Mike just fight like a year ago that people tuned into?
Yeah, you can watch Mike and people paid to watch Mike Tyson. As far as being a world-class championship boxer, that was like 2 or 3 years. The rest of the time he was getting slapped up most of the time in the biggest fights. Not just losing, he was getting slapped up.
He got slapped up by Holyfield. Who else?
Lennox Lewis beat the hell out of him.
Oh, that was a different Mike Tyson. That was different. The Holyfield fight happened, what, 5 years too late?
Yeah, Buster Douglas beat the hell out of him too.
He didn't beat, all right, whatever. I'm not doing that.
And Ken in the chat, I can't find the comment, but he's right. I got Sugar Ray Leonard as the best fighter of all time.
Oh, okay.
Sugar Ray 1. I got Floyd 2, and then Muhammad Ali 3.
So Floyd has fought fighters.
Yeah, Floyd. Okay. I think has the record for most Hall of Famers fought. Okay. Either for most Hall of Famers or most world champions fought.
Okay. Did he fight them all at like their pinnacle? Did he fight most of them at their pinnacle, or did they? Because I know I don't know.
Whatever. You name it. Now, here's the thing I always say. Pretty Boy was doing some different stuff than Money May was doing. Pretty Boy was taking out everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And Money May started he took out everybody too. But nah, Floyd fought everybody. The only person he didn't fight, people say in his prime, well, obviously Manny, but he would have beat Manny if they were 19 or 95. It didn't matter. He'd beat Manny every day of his life for the rest of his life if they ever fought. That don't let the media fool you on that one. He would have beat Manny's ass in 2009. But the only person they say he didn't fight was Antonio Margarito. And Antonio Margarito was also found later in time to be having plaster in his gloves. So,
jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's that. All right, then. So boxing's not exactly on the up and up. My argument would be when Mike Tyson wasn't fighting when it was on the up and up either. You want to hit us with KC's triple play before we dive into our final thoughts on week 1 and our final thoughts on 49ers versus Lions. And technically, they'll be my final thoughts on the 49ers and Lions is Kenny will be back on Sunday, 8 a.m., the debut of Game Day with Kenny Caraway. Make sure you're locked in here. No need for any of that national pregame coverage when you're a 49ers fan. You can just check us out right here on ESPN 1320. You can check us out on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can check us out on Twitch. Just make sure you got your notifications on. Have your coffee ready. 8 a.m. Week 1 will be here. Game Day with Kenny Caraway Sunday morning, 8 o'clock. That time, of course, will fluctuate depending on kickoff for the 49ers. This week, it's a 10 o'clock kickoff. So Kenny will be on at 8 a.m. Make sure you're following us at D1KC and at ESPN 1320. We'll be sure to alert you when KC goes live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got to get some theme music for this one. I'm going to work on that.
You're too, right. That's me. That's me. No, I got you. I'm working on it this weekend.
I got another. I try to, I got a producer that, I try to help him out with, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's my fault. I should have had one ready. But, yeah, last week
after the way last week went, we could use this. Oh no, I don't know if you want to use it
for an 0-3 weekend.
Oh, okay.
All right, if it's 0-3, I get permission to play that if I go 0-3.
I got this in here. Is this pick worthy?
This sounds like
a Meek Mill joint.
I was about to say it kind of sounds like Mims. Or Jay.
If it sounds like Mims, we're turning it off. I ain't playing no Mims records on here. I mean, that's an Odyssey beat that. It probably was made by Mims. It just isn't going to get us fined $40,000 and our video taken off of YouTube. So we're allowed to use it.
Yeah. Yeah. We want to come up with some things. But real quick. So last week I went 1-2. Sad face. That was tough. But this week I think I'm going to bounce back. I'm going to bounce back this week. I thought about going with one of the games I was interested to watch is Washington and Michigan, but I did not. Look, guys. I tried not to go with the teams that I root for to lay the money down on because I don't want to be jaded. I don't want any. I could either be really nervous or really overconfident. So I don't want that to happen. So I decided not to go with Michigan in their -6.5. I thought about going USC minus 17 at home against Stanford because it might get ugly early for Stanford in this college football season. But I fell back from that one. And here are the three, and they're in order, in a listed and how much confidence I have in them.
Okay.
Number 3, Texas at Arkansas. Texas, a lot of people thought they were going to lose to Louisiana Monroe last week. They end up beating them pretty handedly. They're feeling good about themselves. Now they got to go on the road in the SEC against Arkansas. And I don't know if they're ready for that smoke. I don't know if they're ready for that level of prosperity.
Okay.
To just prove people wrong and then get it done. I'm going to go with Arkansas plus 6.5. For all those people who said I don't take underdogs, here we are. Arkansas plus 6.5 against Texas. I'm taking them points. Number 2, I really, really, really wanted to show the Pac-12 some love. But I can't do it, man.
Oh.
I hate this one. But give me Ohio State minus 14.5 against Oregon.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah,
that
go ahead and give
hurt.
me that.
Say it again, but say it from here. Anime. Say it from here, Anime. Come on.
Give me Ohio State minus 14.5 against Oregon.
All right.
Yeah. I think that one might. I don't think that one's going to be close. Sorry, Oregon. And if you guys thought I was mean to the Pac-12 before, well, I'm going to have to do it again. Because my number 1 pick, I'm digging deep into the archives right here. I'm on my Quentin Mayo type stuff right here. Cal last week lost to Nevada at home, 22-17. They did not look good. Now they got to go on the road to play TCU. And you mean to tell me TCU's only favored by 11.5? Huh. Easy work, easy money. Cal's going to get backhanded. TCU minus 11.5. That's my number 1 pick of the weekend. You could book that one right there. Damn.
Oh.
Poor Cal Golden Bears.
Oh, okay. Well, good thing Cal alum Danny in San Francisco is doing something else today. I think he just does something different between the hours of 12 and 4, but he's a Cal guy. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But you're surefire bet on that one. All right. Those are Kenny's
poor
picks.
Cal. Poor
Get
Cal.
him in. Download the BetQL app today and get in there. Have some fun. Bet responsibly. We haven't made any Super since we're betting's kind of predictions. You want to make a Super Bowl prediction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm down to do that.
I'm trying to talk. I'm still. You want to go first because I'm still trying to talk myself off this ledge that I'm on with this particular team.
Sure. I got a feeling I know where you're going to go, and
I know. I think anybody.
I think it's crazy that you would go that route. Actually, I got 2 guesses for where you're thinking about going, and I think they're both kind of crazy. Like they're both. Well, one of them is a really good team. And I could see a scenario, but man, Super Bowl. But I'll go with mine first.
Okay.
In the AFC, I really like Kansas City, man. I really like Kansas City. I know they got the pedigree.
Mm-hmm.
They got some would say the best quarterback in the game today, and they would not be wrong. They got all that, but what it keeps coming in my head, like I said, the day after the Super Bowl, these guys going to make 3 Super Bowls in a row.
Yeah,
these guys essentially going to play 4 straight championship games. Like, is that what's going? It's not inconceivable. We all know Buffalo did it, but it usually don't work out that way.
It's tough.
So because of that, I got the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
and Josh Allen.
I knew that's
a combination of them being really good, and I don't think their schedule is that hard. They may have home field advantage, and everybody's going to have to come through Buffalo to get to the Super Bowl. I'm going to go with the Buffalo Bills to make it to the Super Bowl out of the AFC.
I like that. Are you going to give us a big swerve? Like you walk out Adam Cole and you think that's the big surprise and it turns out to be Daniel Bryan at the end? Or are you just going to just say it's Bills versus 49ers in the Super Bowl?
I'm gonna say it's Bills versus 49ers in the Super Bowl. Now listen, now hear me out. Hear me out. Now look, to be honest with you, I really did not want to pick the 49ers. I really didn't want to.
Yeah.
But
Liar.
You guys have heard me a number of different times. I don't believe in Tampa Bay. I don't believe in Tampa Bay. I don't believe Tampa Bay is getting back to the Super Bowl. That's just that. These are the other teams that I looked at. Tampa Bay, I don't believe in them. Green Bay, I don't believe in them.
Yeah.
Now they have a situation where they may have the schedule to get back to where they're the number 1 seed and everything goes through Green Bay again. But there's something off about the vibes in Green Bay because of what Aaron, some people like to call Karen Rodgers, had going on all summer. I can't believe all that's going to happen all summer and then y'all going to get to the Super Bowl. I just can't believe that. Then I got to the Los Angeles Rams.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to see it from the Rams. Very rarely do we have a situation where everybody is like, yo, the Rams are going to go. They're going to go. And they actually go. Very rarely. Could be wrong, but very rarely does it happen. Happened with the Chiefs last couple of years. A lot of people thought they would make the Super Bowl. They ended up making the Super Bowl. So it does happen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't know about the Rams. And to me, those are the only other 3 teams in the NFC that I see that I would pick over the San Francisco 49ers. And I couldn't say it with my chest that either one of those 3 teams would make it to the Super Bowl. I feel like the Niners are locked in. I feel like they have a roster that is quality of winning the NFC. And I feel like they got a schedule that does the same thing. We joked earlier about 13-4. 13-4 isn't crazy. 12-5 isn't crazy. The schedule outside of the division is winnable. Is what they got. Like I said, they played the Bengals, the Texans, the Jags, the Falcons. They play teams who else? I said the Texans. They played the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
They play Philly, who's looking funny in the light right now. It sets up where they can be in a situation where they could have home field in the first round. Everything coming through Levi's. I'm going to say it with my chest, man. I'm going to say it's well thought out. It's not just a homer pick. Niners, Bills in the Super Bowl.
Okay. I like both of those selections. I like the 49ers a lot. Obviously, I'm not a homer like my partner is. Homer Capaway, as he's been called here in the chat today. But I think everything that you said about the team is very, very valid. The roster, we've talked about talent. We've talked about talent with the Dallas Cowboys. We've talked about the talent, the talent level with a variety of teams. The 49ers have that level of talent. And they do have something to prove. And I think that makes them a dangerous team this year. But I think there's another team that is equally as talented and has something to prove as well. And I know you're not going to like this, partner, so I apologize in advance. But my NFC selection is the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in the Green Bay Packers either. The NFC East, just no. There's nothing there. I like the Bucs, I think, a little bit more than you. I recognize that the Bucs got hot, won the last 8 games of the season. I'm just not ready to jump. I mean, back-to-back Super Bowls is really difficult. So we're going to go from seeing the Kansas City Chiefs do it to seeing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do it. Like, people want to make the popular pick of the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I completely understand why any and everyone would make that pick. But, man, this is tough. Like, the Chiefs, you said it yourself, 4 straight championship games. I could see it. 3 straight Super Bowls. Whew. Okay, like, this league is talented, and you mentioned one of the teams right there. The Buffalo Bills versus the Los Angeles Rams crossed my mind. And we've talked about how talented that Buffalo Bills team is. Josh Allen, the not a snap been played front runner for the MVP. The Nikola Jokic Award in the NFL, like, he's the guy who has been preordained. Josh Allen, that might have shifted a little bit last night, but Josh Allen is preordained. Let him have a nice little night in week number 1. And boy, woo, man, turn your push notifications off because they about to go wild. But I'm buying into the hype, man. I think I talked myself into it, and I can't believe I'm going to go on record with this one. And it really did. I swear to everybody who was with us yesterday, it happened live on the radio. I'm going Los Angeles and Cleveland.
I know the Cleveland. Wow.
I talked myself
blown
in.
away.
It happened. I'm telling you, you weren't here. It's your fault. You weren't here to say, bruh, what are you doing? But we were talking about the Cowboys. I was talking about how talented the Cowboys were and how much hype there is around them and how that hype train is just absurd. And then I started talking about, you look around at other teams like Cleveland's got a ton of hype about him. And I was talking about Odell Beckham Jr., how he has something to prove. Baker Mayfield's, his financial future is on the line. Like, is he going to be a middle of the tier quarterback? Is he going to be like, is he going to be big money? What's he going to be? And then I started running around like, well, you've got Nick Chubb there and you got Kareem Hunt. It was like, wait a minute. Damn, you got Jarvis Landry. Holy hell, you still got Denzel Ward. You got to pay him. You got Myles Garrett. Yo, you've got a really talented football team here.
Yeah.
Kevin Stefanski, I knew. Had a good live on D-Lo and KC. I talked myself into the Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
I'm going Cleveland versus the Rams. I'm going the Browns versus the Rams.
Ayo, this is for you.
Yeah, it's legit. This is for my fam, my godson's birthday. I just got a note from my god baby mama. We're having my godson's birthday party here. He was like, yeah, what kind of decorations do we need? And she hit me back with orange and brown.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. It's some Baker Mayfield cutouts or some Odell Beckham Jr. cutouts to put up there. I had somebody who appears in the chat once in a while said, yo, I've got some cutouts. Like, no one's going to be able to figure out who this is. I got some cutouts of DJ Khaled and Rick Ross. I was like, yeah, that'd be dope. But I'm going to guess they're holding Luke Belaire bottles and these fools is 18. Probably not a sound social media strategy for us.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I get these and cut the bottle out. And like I guess it's because I hear so much about Cleveland. I talked myself into it. Going Browns, Rams, KC's going Bills, 49ers. I love the Bills.
Yeah.
I love the 49ers. I mean, Kansas. I think if you put in Kansas City and Tampa, I don't know of another NFC team where I go like this. But besides, I think Los Angeles is legit. I think Tampa's legit, and I genuinely do think San Francisco is legit. Outside of that, I don't feel like there's a team where I can go, yeah, I could see this team winning the Super Bowl. I do not see Green Bay winning the Super Bowl at all.
No.
That's my list. Like, that's it. I have so many questions about New Orleans and Jameis Winston and what are they doing in the post Drew Brees era. Drew Brees' hair, by the way, looked fantastic last night.
I missed him.
His post football hair career is on point.
Is he on that Brian Urlacher?
He's on something. He's on something different. That boy looked good, man. His television hair was on point. But I just look around. You can't convince me of any of the NFC East teams. I don't care how talented the Dallas Cowboys are. I'm not going to pick them to go to the Super Bowl. They're going to let you down every time. I did it a couple of years ago when I thought they were talented. I don't even think they made the playoffs that year. Washington, I get their defense is good. Their quarterback is Ryan Fitzpatrick. I think they got Dwayne Haskins on the roster. I don't know who their other quarterbacks are. I'm out on that. Tampa, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. You think Seattle is on the demise? I thought that. I've talked myself into Cleveland, and I have talked myself out of the demise of Seattle. I think they're still a playoff team. I don't think they're a Super Bowl team. I don't have anyone else out of the conference that I go like right now today. I really, really believe in this team.
I really
believe we just mentioned.
I really believe that it's between those 4 teams. I'll put Green Bay in there. I think it's between those 4 teams, and for me, not that the Niners don't have holes, but like I said, everybody is so sure about the Rams, man. They're so sure about the Rams, and I just need to see it. I was looking at the schedules, and the Rams, they essentially play all the same teams. The Rams have all those tough games on the road. So when you look at having to go to Green Bay. The Niners got Green Bay at home. Having to go to Indianapolis. The Niners have that one at home. They got to go to Baltimore. Niners play Cincinnati. You know what I mean? Minnesota, who I don't think is going to be great or anything like that, but the Rams got to go there. Niners got that one at home. So I don't know, man. I and they got Tampa Bay too. Niners got the Falcons, right? Niners got the last place schedule.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think the Rams are going to be really good. I just want to see it. I'm not as sold on the Rams. Like I look at the Rams and the Niners in the same vein, and I'm not even crazy sold on the Niners. You know what I mean? So I think they're like the same team. So they both have some holes there. They both have some question marks.
Well, I don't think there are many teams that don't. That you look at, like there's no. I mean, I guess Tampa won the championship last year. They brought everybody back. I mean, like, all right, I still don't believe that team is flawless. I believe they're good, and I think a lot of what happens. I mean, how many teams? Hell, a team went 16-0 and didn't win the Super Bowl. Like, how many times, like going into a season, is a team? Oh, this team looks perfect. They look great. They've got this. They've got that, and then all of a sudden, you forget. All these guys are a year older, or someone gets dinged up. Not even hurt. They're just playing through something. They're not as fast. They're not as sharp. They're not as hungry as they were before that ring went on their finger or went in their safety deposit box or whatever before the season started. We don't take all of that stuff into account. We look at the rosters and we try to, put all of this together, and you try to come up with the best rosters and think, okay, who has the least amount of flaws? Which is why I can't figure out how I landed on Cleveland, because I think Cleveland still has some flaws. But there are some aspects to their game that I really, really, really like.
I'll even say this, though, when you talk about somebody like Cleveland, when I talk about San Francisco 49ers, history has shown us at the beginning of the year, all these Super Bowl predictions, it's usually one of them that gets there, not both. So everybody's like, how can you not have the Rams and the Chiefs? I'd say both of them are not making the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
One of them ain't going to make it. And very rarely, I'm trying to think back off the top of my head when we said, yo, this is the Super Bowl, that we're going to have in week one, and it doesn't happen. Hell, remember that Monday night game a few years ago when the Chiefs and the Rams played no defense? And everybody's like, we'll see this again in February. No, we did not.
Yeah.
We're not going to.
Yeah.
So what it is. So
we could see that this year, but man, Kansas City doing it again.
It'd be impressive, man.
That'd be something.
It'd be impressive. And they absolutely can. Like, I don't feel about the Chiefs that I feel about the Bucs. I would be stunned if the Bucs went back to the Super Bowl. I would not be surprised at all if the Chiefs did it again.
And I get why. They just weren't as impressive for the totality of their season. But they won when it mattered the most, which I think is a thing to Tom Brady. Hypothetically, I know you don't like this scenario, but play along with me. Rams make the Super Bowl. What does that say about Matt Stafford? Actually, I need to revise that a little bit. Hypothetically, the Rams win the Super Bowl. What does that say about Matt Stafford? Does it say anything? Because the team went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff. I think they put up 10 points.
Right.
But what if Matt Stafford gets his team to the Super Bowl and wins?
Well, I would even go back to your original and say if he gets him there. It says a lot about Matt Stafford. It says that he's one of the hidden gems in this league that, finally found a home and found a place that was suitable to match up with his talents. It would probably make people look back and say, man, if only he had a team in Detroit, how good could he have been? So,
if Barry,
it's a lot about his talent.
If Matt Stafford gets the Rams to the Super Bowl, the amount of Barry Sanders conversations that are going to happen are going to be insane. Imagine if Barry Sanders hadn't left. Imagine if Barry Sanders hadn't just said, F it, I'm gone.
Yeah.
And had gone, trade me.
Right.
Get me out of here. I'm done with Detroit.
And had
just, and then My column, why Barry Sanders would have had 5 Super Bowl rings if he hadn't retired. Like, the hot takes will be flying. Detroit will be trashed. The Lions will be trashed. Everything that's ever been associated with the Detroit Lions will be trashed. Probably rightfully so, because as you said, you believe that this football team is really, really bad. Not the football team, but this football team, the Detroit Lions football team, which leads us into the San Francisco 49ers and the Detroit Lions. Of course, you could catch that game at 10 o'clock here on Sunday, just as you could catch all 49ers games here on your home of the San Francisco 49ers, ESPN 1320. And while kickoff is at 10 o'clock, coverage begins with my partner at 8 a.m. Sunday morning.
Sunday. We getting up on Sunday, man. I'm going to be up. I'll be up at like 6:30, 7 o'clock. I'm going to be ready. Now, see, this typically happens, number one, at the beginning of the season, and if the Niners are good late in the season. Like, remember that Cowboys game that they moved up? It was supposed to be actually it was supposed to be Sunday Night Football. They moved it up to 10 o'clock. I was like,
yeah.
All right, let's go do game day.
Most humiliating moment of Jerry Jones's life.
Yeah, that was sad for Jerry. That was, but typically that's when you'll catch me like, oh man, I got to get up. But week 1, we've been waiting for this for a minute. I'm gonna be up and at 'em.
Yeah.
I'll be up 6:30 in the morning, getting ready for game day, having my breakfast, having some blueberry waffles or something like that. It's gonna be a good old time.
Clarify what you're saying, because I don't want people to think you're getting up with some flour and some batter, and you got a waffle maker, and you've got a whisk here, and you're putting it together. That's not when you're sprinkling some fresh blueberries in it. That's not what Kenny's doing. Kenny, what are you doing?
I'm putting the Egos in the toaster and making the blueberry waffles. Now I might cook up some eggs and some bacon or sausage to go with it, but I ain't got time for. Actually, I do have a waffle maker that we've never used. Maybe Jazz has used it once or twice, but shame. I know I've never used it.
Waffle makers are one of the greatest creations ever. I use the waffle maker every Sunday.
I should use it.
You should. Is it the double one?
No,
I got the double. I got the double one. I ain't waiting around. Got to turn on the oven, keep the other waffle. No. Pour the batter in, wait for it to beep. Ready to roll, baby. Let's go.
I might use it now. They'll be asking a lot for me to get up at 8 and then really cook up this 8 on Sunday. I'm gonna have some coffee in the microwave or the toaster waffles. I'm not cooking up anything at 6:30 in the morning.
Coffee with cream and whipped cream, you'll be full, and then the white chocolate drizzle that goes on the top of it, that'll be your breakfast and your dessert.
Actually, if I make breakfast, I probably won't make coffee. I never have coffee and breakfast.
Oh, of course not. That'd be crazy. Yeah, that's
going on. Give me some orange juice.
Again, the way that most people are like, what? Everybody does it. No, the way that Kenny drinks coffee the way that I drink smoothies. Like, my smoothie isn't just protein powder and water. Like, there's cherries in it, and cacao and chia seeds and a banana and all of this great stuff. That's like Kenny's coffee. It's like the coffee, about just a little bit of coffee with milk and heavy cream and some whipped cream and some white chocolate drizzle on the top and maybe some sprinkles or something. Got some frosting around the rim of the coffee cup.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Game day with Kenny Caraway is just a ticking time bomb to the sugar crash. That's what it is. Kenny's got a solid hour of hot takes coming your way. Again, it's Game Day with Kenny Caraway. That show is on ESPN 1320. That show is on the Odyssey app. That show is on Twitch. That show is on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on social media. We'll send out those reminders. But start your mornings with Game Day with Kenny Caraway. We appreciate you all. Anything you got before we go?
Nah, man. Giants win. Hopefully the Dodgers lose.
That's all we need. That's all we need, because the season is coming to a conclusion and the Giants are still rolling. I don't want them to get the wild card. I just don't want them to get the wild card. We appreciate you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you so much for being with us this week. Again, if you want to catch those conversations with the Hall of Famers, Yolanda Griffith and Rick Adelman, they are over there for you to hear on and see on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Have a tremendous weekend. Have a McQueen weekend.
Yeah.
Have a safe weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Nana gang.
Yeah, boy.
Woo. Weekend is here.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Oh, Ty.
I'd go rice. I'd go rice cooker.
I'll go with that because the cooking rice is a pain in the ass. Like cooking rice, like just being able to put cooking rice like in a pot, it's a pain in the ass. When you got that cooker and you just hit white rice, brown rice, oh man, I know I can do it. And do you have one of those? What are them things called? The pressure pots, the pressure cookers.
I don't know, Jazz.
You make like a soup in like 10 seconds or something like that. Like, oh man,
it's like the air fryer for soup or something.
No, it's like it does a lot. I don't use it because I have one. I have a good one. I never use it because it's like it's kind of intimidating. I don't really know what to do with it. But I have a separate small little rice cooker where it's legitimately you just put the rice in, put the water in, and you press white rice, brown rice, and you ride. That's it.
I like that.
Oh, yeah, real air fryer where it's at.
Air fryer really is crazy.
Yeah,
City Center Financial Post Game Show. Shout out to my guy Sam. Go citycenter.com. Go check him out, man. He'll get you right with all your refinance questions, needs, anything like that, man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Instapot. That's what it is. Okay, well, hey, you ain't gotta holler at me like that. Go on. Man, no, now microwave rice is not good for you.
All right.
It's delicious, but it's not good for you.
So you guys want it? All right, man. I'm an open book. I'm gonna tell you guys something crazy. Mind you, I don't do this anymore. Okay, mind you, when I was about 11 or 12 or something like that, like I didn't learn how to cook on the stove until later in life. You know what I mean? I'll at you, David, man.
Appreciate you.
I didn't learn how to get on the stove until later. I would make cheddar and egg sandwiches, toasted, sandwich, melt the cheese and everything else like that. I'd make my scrambled eggs in the microwave.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember the first time I saw someone do that, I bugged out. Like, yo, what are you doing? Like, what's happening in that microwave?
It was good too. It wasn't a problem.
It
wasn't a problem. I mean, I wouldn't do that today. I wouldn't serve that to Reese now that I know how to cook. Yeah. But man, them things is good. And I like their egg McMuffins.
I'm not even sure what that stuff is they put on sandwiches because
I don't know, but it's good.
It does make me want to get a little shaped thing to make the perfect McMuffin sized.
Oh yeah.
It wouldn't be egg, it'd be like just egg. So I think that's what it's called. I think it's called just egg. Yeah.
I've had the vegetarian bacon. It wasn't bad.
It's liquid smoke. That's what they use to replicate it. It's called liquid smoke, the seasoning.
Yeah, man. But I used to do that, make a little egg sandwich, egg and cheese toast sandwich, whatever. It was good.
I still love breakfast sandwiches.
It's so good.
I was trying to eat something else, like thinking, okay, I gotta evaluate, man. Why do I feel the way that I do? I got an idea. Instead of making these sandwiches with bread and like breakfast sandwiches, I'm gonna make quinoa. But what I used to do was like overnight oats, like oatmeal. You don't cook the oatmeal, you soak it in the almond milk. Next morning, you let it sit overnight, put a little maple syrup on it, you add fruit, a little peanut butter, boom. Problem is, normally I don't have a sweet tooth in the morning. I crave like something different, but I was like, yo, I got to try something. So I did quinoa, which is flavorless.
Okay.
Heated it up just a little bit, like just barely past room temperature. Little maple syrup, and then did the fruit. First day, oh, this is good. Like this is what I needed. Good workout, feeling good, everything. Second day, it's cool. Good workout, like I'll stick with it. Yeah. Third day, okay, left more. Fourth day was like, I don't want to eat this anymore. Fifth day, I didn't even eat. Today I didn't even eat before the workout. I was like, forget it, man.
Damn.
I just don't crave sweet stuff in the morning. And that I add the maple syrup with the fruit, and it didn't work.
Wow.
Back to the drawing board.
So what are we doing now?
Today I went with nothing. I went with caffeine. Training was okay. It wasn't great. It was all right.
Okay.
It was all right.
When you train, do you do the heavy bag every day?
No, I do it 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay.
Depending on the week.
I think it's pretty cool.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's great. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Shider Man said he was spot on. Where is he at? Casey ate like a latchkey kid. That's exactly what I was. Mom was at work. Just don't use the microwave. Don't cook anything. Don't burn the house down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I want some eggs. What am I going to do? Let me see if they work in the microwave. Oh, they do? Okay. Sounds good.
Because I ain't trying to heat up this pot. The great man, I've gotten so good with my waffles recipe. By the time that waffle iron heats up, I got the batter ready. I ride. Like I got it down to a science because I make them every weekend.
Yeah.
Shoot, I got it down to a science, man.
See, I'm about to break it out now. I don't know. Tomorrow, Reese has a soccer game that's pretty early. I'd have to wake up pretty early. But I don't know. I want some waffles, man. I want some waffles. I might have to. It's like Jazz. I know Jazz has used it. I'm pretty sure she has. I'll be like, Jazz, let's break out the waffle maker.
Like she used it and didn't make you a waffle? Like she break out the waffle maker and just make it herself? She was like, "Oh man, eat your Legos."
I give her all the credit in the world. If she cooks, she knows she's got 2 males that are just going to be scavengers all over the place. So she makes sure she cooks for everybody. She actually eats the least. Like she'll cook, maybe have a little bite, and she knows we're going to eat it all up. So she handles that. But I feel like we had some waffles. I know we have.
Coach Molly says, my mom got me a whole book on how to cook everything in the microwave or toaster.
Hey, Coach Molly. I'm saying.
You too, Poker Pro. Poker Pro, the caller. Have a great weekend. Poker Pro, the texter. Go to hell. No, I'm just kidding, man. Mostly.
Poker Pro tap in on Sunday morning, man. I'll at me, man. I'll at me.
D-Lo don't make his company cook breakfast. My company? What, the dogs? Nobody, man. I cook my own breakfast. Should I do all the cooking in this house, bro? Believe that. I do all of the cooking in this house. Otherwise, I'm going to starve.
Steven, when we're in these streets again, man, you got to pull up to wherever our live broadcast is. I want to meet Steven, man. He be saying some stuff, man. That's a funny dude, man. That's a funny dude.
You know what he's referring to. My company was Kenny and Jesse. Them they stick around and make me breakfast. And quite honestly, I wouldn't trust them to make me breakfast. Kenny making eggs in a microwave.
I think I can make. Nah, I can make some cool breakfast now.
Okay,
I can make some cool breakfast. I ain't gonna make it no beignets or anything like that, but I can make. I'll make some good eggs. I can't make pancakes either. Not the way I like them.
There you go.
Guess what I had? Oh, you missed this. I had Jesse. I had a breakfast burrito this morning.
Oh, there you go.
When Kyle was here, I talked about how we had like a question of what's like your most unpopular take, and mine is that I'm not a big fan of burritos. I don't like burritos, but I'm okay with breakfast though. Wait, okay. Now you're just.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Crazy, Jesse. You're sounding really crazy. Shout out to my. No, I need street talk. Matter of fact, yesterday at the repast, we had a taco guy here. The street tacos. It is so hard to mess up street tacos. And this guy didn't do it. He killed it. Love me some street tacos.
Okay. I got the menu for the Gosling's party.
It's like that.
Mariah Carey and cassava. Yeah, boy. Short ribs and fried rice.
Ooh.
That's good for y'all. It don't mean nothing for me, but that fried rice, I know Shonda will make that fried rice for me.
Oh,
yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right. Fried bologna and Kool-Aid. Okay.
I didn't have fried bologna.
That's not one. I'm sure I did it. We did have the bologna with the rope, though. I do distinctly remember that. I absolutely remember that. We were poor, bro. Like we were.
What was the bologna with the rope?
Years. I don't remember which one it was, but you poked it and you pull it back, and then there's like a little red rope around the bologna. I'm not sure what it was there for.
Okay, I do remember that.
I don't know what it was there for.
The regular or anything, but I
like why did that substance need to be held together by a rope? Has anyone asked that question? Like, what is the purpose of this?
No.
Don't ask. It's the same as a hot dog. A bologna is whatever they don't use to make the hot dog.
Oof. Bologna's not even good.
I was gonna say I mean I ate it, but
yeah,
what we had.
Good. I love hot dogs. Love hot dogs. Thanks, David. David Jackson, man. Take care, big dog. Did you ever have Spam?
My grandpa did. I didn't. I always thought it was so weird.
Never had
it just bugged me out. I never did it. No, never had it. I mean, that's hard to argue. Like bologna is just a flat hot dog. That's pretty much what it is. Spam is a square. Oh man, they're probably all made from this. Right? Who made Spam and why?
I got an idea who made Spam.
Spam is supposed to be damn good according to everyone who eats it. I can't get past the canned meat part of it. Exactly. Oh, sorry about that, Brian. Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, man.
Hey, Brian, let's talk about Buddy Hield. Just want to write things before we go. Wait, Spam is pork? Is that for real? Spam is pork. Wow. Knowledge is everything.
Ramsey knows.
Knowledge is power. That's I think that's a.
I got to give a shout out to my guy Ramsey. He knows a lot.
Is knowledge is power? Is that that's a House Party 2 reference, isn't it? Knowledge is power.
You know what? Now that I think about something, and it's not going to change my thought. House Party 2 is definitely better than 3 and all this.
Yeah.
Wasn't feeling Jerome. I didn't feel like Jerome needed to be brought into the series with the way they had him as a character.
Why can't I remember Jerome?
I'm pretty sure his name was Jerome.
Okay. I want to get Spam's basic ingredients are pork with ham, added salt, water, modified potato starch, sugar, and sodium nitrate. Natural gelatin is formed in its tins.
Spam is a lot. It's a lot.
Ham. Man. It's essentially ham.
I like
ham and potato starch. All right.
Hey, Pino, Queen Latifah said this in real life or her character in the movie?
Yeah, knowledge is power. Yeah, Queen Latifah said that.
Right.
Yeah. Queen Latifah said that.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a great picture of Tisha Campbell.
That's my girl.
I've
had the biggest crush for years on Tisha Campbell and Faith Evans. Love me some Faith A.
Is it Jamal?
That's what it was, Jamal.
Oh, you know what I got to do before we go? I need to look up
Jamal.
I need to look up Kevin Martin's game winner versus Spurs. Oh wow, the steal shot is a smiling Rick Adelman. Let's take a look at this. All right, here we go. 93, 92. Clock's ticking down. 10 seconds. This is.
If you're looking at the same thing that I was, I think it's at the end. Like go to the 2-minute
turnover. Martin.
2-minute,
Gotcha.
40-second mark.
Drops.
That's when they get in.
Oh, they get the big crowd shot. Ron. Tim Duncan, mad as hell. You gotta believe, says Sign Lady. There's the Maloofs.
Oh, that was fun. That was
Jim
fun.
Gray.
255 is actually where it's at.
255. Okay. That's all the way at the. Oh, right after the replay. I got you. There it is. Kevin Martin. And. Oh, wow. Wow. He sure did.
Rick was hyped.
How about that? He sure did react.
Rick was hyped.
Yeah, Rick was. Now I got to see the Mike Bibby shot. Now I got to see if he reacts in that.
Yeah, I don't think he reacted at all.
I don't think he did either, but he really did react to that. Wow. Mike Bibby, Western Conference Finals. Game winner. Got to wait for this Apple ad to end. The new iPhone is coming out. And from everything I read, it is exactly like the one that I bought 2 years ago. Like they're not even attempting to change it.
I think I need a new iPhone.
Oh, Mike said some not suitable for
Mike
podcast.
Yeah, he was always dirty mouth. That's how I would be though. I'd be cursing out there. Like we talk about him a lot, but when it's crazy. I'm a psycho when it comes to the hoop game. When I work out and I, shoot and everything like that, I really be on my Kevin Garnett boy. I'll be
yikes
using all them words, not out loud because that would be rude. But yeah, I'll be cursing.
No reaction from Rick in this video. I always thought in one of the replays you could see Rick and he just turns around. Yeah, well. Oh, maybe it's this video. Maybe that's why. Try this again. Hang on. I promise we'll be
He's got the bucket.
Here it is. This has got to be it. Mike, bang. Yeah. Nothing. Nothing. Yep. I'm trying to see if he went. I'm trying to see if he reacts on the because there was still time left.
Maybe that's what it was. I thought maybe he put up a both arms after the Bobby Jackson stop.
Someone on the coaching staff does. It looks like Elston. But again, this is super standard definition, so it's a bit.
Yeah, it's tough.
Ooh. Not only is it super standard definition, it's super standard definition on YouTube.
So
that was somebody's VHS right there.
I just watched that as well. Probably the same video you just saw. And it's like, oh man, can you imagine the euphoria after game 5? Like, yo, we're 1 win away. We're about to... Oh man.
I remember feeling that euphoria at home.
Oh
man.
Like, yo, we got it. It's about to happen.
All right. We'll try to keep our football coverage up to par next week with guests who are already always on the show. We'll put out a cool graphic about it and lie to you about coverage, but it's cool. The whole Raiders, we're abandoning the Raiders train as fast as possible.
But you know what, though? I do agree with what you said. They have a guy. We play Niner games, and the guy who does play-by-play for the Niners is over across the street.
Mm-hmm.
We do Sac State games. And once again, the guy that does play-by-play should come over to this side of the street to do interviews.
3:00. I demand that it be at 3:00. You want promotion for the Sac State game? You gotta be over here on the stream at 3:00. And best believe, there is something being sent to Sac State in which their play-by-play guy has to say, check out D'Lo and KC Monday through Friday, 12 to 4, right here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Believe that. By the way,
oh man,
the play-by-play guy, not Sac State, the 49ers.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You enjoy that. Have fun.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, it's good for you. We'll see if we can nail down Chris Biederman. Man, that would be tough. Definitely wasn't on here yesterday. Definitely wasn't. I did get sent a screenshot from a particular individual who may or may not have been on today's show. This, I don't know. I guess this was Facebook. And someone responded to that post saying, wait, why no Kyle Madson? Response was, Kyle's on another station. There's nothing I could do. Oh, damn right.
So they responded.
They did. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, they did.
Chris is on another station too, though.
Chris
Biederman.
Yeah, he's over there.
No.
I got you. Oh yeah. No, I think they know with Kyle, they've got no chance.
Yeah.
Kyle would have sent this emoji like 27 times to the response. Oh, good.
Oh man. Radio.
Yeah, I told y'all. Petty LaBelle.
That's
Petty LaBelle and Petty Prendergrass. Call yourselves the best Niners coverage. Shut the fuck up. Y'all were covering the Raiders last year. You got to be kidding me. Y'all realize that failed. You cover the 49ers between takes on golf.
Hey,
stop it.
Look, man.
Stop it.
I ain't even gonna get it into the names, but I know about 3 of them guys he named. I'm like, best 49ers coverage. What? The hell are you talking about?
I was about to hit him back. Like, y'all attached the wrong graphic. Like, did you mean to send this?
Oh. Couple of them guys.
Because wild part is one of them actually works for our company, and we have politely declined. Thanks, but no thanks. Hard pass.
Yeah.
I can confirm you do have to pay for that particular individual who does play-by-play for the 49ers.
And, get it how you live. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah, you spend your money, man. You don't spend your money on the people who bust their ass for you. And they might not want to be there no more. I mean, you got to, hey, do you, though? Pay the papas, pay the Amex, man. It's good. Knock it out. I told Sam when Sam told, hey, Sam, get that money.
Yeah.
Spend your ass into the poorhouse. Go ahead.
Once again,
the boy blowing smoke.
Again.
Butts in the seat. I got to put that Tony Schiavone little meme I found up here onto the board. So every time you hit that button, I can throw it up here. Nobody's even watching at this point. Like, this is just to amuse ourselves. I get it. I would have tuned out a long time ago too.
Yeah.
Where is that meme? The stream was a struggle this week. Boy, it was work. Where is it? Oh, here it is.
That cracks me up when you put that in the group chat.
We sitting here talking all this trash. It's 4:20 for God's sakes, and I just know that Jesse's gonna say he needs us. Oh, that'll put some butts in the seats. Oh, that's so good. That's my favorite.
Oh,
all right, guys, go on. Still standing, still strong.
Appreciate you, Rich.
All right, we're out of here.
Oh, by the way, well, it shouldn't be too late. So I don't know. I'll check. I feel like for the Pick'em League, I feel like you shouldn't be locked out if you don't get Thursday's game in. Like, you should have till Sunday morning. And if you didn't pick Thursday, then it's just a loss. But I got to check on that because Rich, my bad, wild day yesterday. Didn't really I was in and out. But Rich was asking me how to submit the picks, and I hope he figured it out. But I also hope, I think you can edit it. I'm looking at it right now. If you didn't make a pick, you can edit it. Okay. Sunday game. So, like, if you didn't get your picks in yesterday, you're not out for the week. Like, you're good. You're good. You can still make picks up to like Sunday morning, I think.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to just pick last night's game and then save it, and it didn't work. So I had to pick all of them. Now I think I can go change them if I want to, but I'll have to go look. Someone's jumping in here. We appreciate y'all. Nice. It's a beautiful Abby right there. Roto. Okay. I was trying to hit the appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I mean, it's the end of the show. We're saying goodbye. So y'all can go hit the rate on someone else. But we love y'all. We appreciate y'all and hope you have a fantastic weekend. And we'll see y'all here Monday at noon.
Holla.